There's no more room in hell.
What?
Something my granddaddy used to tell us. You know Macumba? Voodoo. Granddad was a priest in Trinidad. He used to tell us, when there's no more room in hell, the dead will walk the earth.
Hello, hello.
Oh, there we are. We're a bit delayed.
Are we in? There, okay.
We're here.
There we are, yeah.
We're here, and we're ready to start the second feature of tonight's double feature.
Cool.
1974, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and I need to get the link into the chat. Or yeah, it looks like okay, good. I do. The link at the top is the link. I forgot to put screening room, but that's the screening room link at the top. And if anybody wishes to join my panel, let me get you a link. I have to go back to there and copy that.
I guess I should learn how to do.
And it's just copy and paste. You know. It's pretty simple. And so you're doing yes, the screen bot is running. We don't need the bot tonight, not really. Anyway. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, 1974. Cult classic. Horror icon Leatherface and what's their family? Their family name.
Oh, jeez. Coming at me with the trivia already. Son of a red shirt. What's the family's name? I know you know this. I know he's in the chat somewhere.
Yeah, he's in the chat.
I'm not going to Google it because I bet he knows the name of this. Oh, you can actually chat in the movie thing too.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Anyway, yep. we'll get this party started right now. Without further ado, I give you 1974's, directed by Tobe Hooper, starring Marilyn Burns, Ellen Dillinger, Paul A. Parton, science fiction suspense horror. Here we go. And away we go.
Yeah, this is brutal.
Yeah.
It's funny they do the rated R.
Yeah.
But they say substance abuse.
Yeah, it's a crawl. It's not the Star Wars crawl, but it's a crawl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to ruin the crawl, but when they put out the rated R thing, what I was saying is the first thing they said is substance abuse, not violence. That was like the third list. I'm like, really? This is the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Right.
And you're worried about substance abuse. I have to admit, I don't think I've seen this one in quite a while.
Yeah. Been a while. Yeah, you almost have to watch this. It's like I watch this one religiously, being the fact that I worked at a haunted house here in Tucson, and it was called the Slaughterhouse, and I kind of acted like Leatherface, and there was a Leatherface actor who had the chainsaw. Of course, I didn't chase people around with chainsaws. I chased them around with cleaver and a rubberized kitchen knife. So, but it works because we didn't want to hurt the patrons that passed through.
Right. Yeah.
All right. In case.
Okay, so this is the very original one.
Yes, the original.
Okay. I get confused with all of them.
Filmed and rated, yeah. In America, it would have an X rating, yeah. If somebody smoked a joint. That's right.
Right, but they could care less if somebody gets gutted with a machete or a chainsaw, right? That's okay. That's just an R.
Now, Son of Red Shirt, I didn't hesitate. I didn't hesitate. We got the movie started. It's already going.
Yep, Son of Red Shirt caught on to that too with that rating. Substance abuse.
Yeah, 3 minutes and 16 seconds into the film. I've actually been. It's just when you look at the time counter in Cosme, I just had been sharing the screen for 25 minutes. So you can't go off of that time counter there because that's inaccurate. We're actually 3 minutes into it. Oh, thank you. You wouldn't hesitate. Yeah, at least. Well, if you choose to join us, I did put the panel link, and I could switch over to let you join the panel if you do wish so, sir. Armadillos, dead ones, live ones, they carry the bubonic plague. So you don't ever handle a dead one or a live one without gloves on. Actually, you probably shouldn't handle them at all.
Yeah.
Dead or alive, they're carriers of the bubonic plague. And that took out a lot of people. A lot of people in the Dark Ages, in the Middle Ages. What was it? 17th century? Was it 17th or 16th? 16th, maybe.
Way back.
Yeah.
Well, it damn near wiped out everybody.
Yeah. Can you hear and see it all pretty well?
Yeah.
Very good. He could have urinated a can.
Yeah.
Instead, gotta go to the can. He had to go. He's literally going to the can.
We couldn't
I don't know if that's possible to knock. The
Oh, come on, man.
that
Holy crud. That's terrible.
Welcome. You change your name? What? I can't. What did you change your name to? Featherface. Featherface. Hello, Featherface.
That's great.
Pleather. You don't know what
Pleather.
Yeah, I know what pleather is. I know what pleather.
That is awesome.
You know, an interesting fact is that Psycho and Leatherface were both fashioned after the real life serial killer Ed Gein.
Right, so this is loosely based on a real story. Hello there, lady. I didn't realize it was so cold out there in Texas during the summer.
Yeah. Look how he just grabs her by the arm. There's all toxic masculinity going on here. This guy's passed out drunk already. You know, it doesn't. You wouldn't think it was hot with the wind blowing the way it's blowing.
Man, I haven't seen this in a long time.
Have you ever seen the sequel to this, Texas Chainsaw Massacre?
Yes,
2?
I love that.
Yeah,
Yes.
I get confused with all of the damn movies now, how many they've had put out.
The one thing I remember best about that film is that the art department for the advertising of the film, the poster, it looks exactly like the poster for The Breakfast Club. If you put the two movies side by side, like they got the look like the way all the kids are sitting in The Breakfast Club, it's exactly how all the people from Leatherface or from Texas are sitting.
Well, Leatherface, that's the second Breakfast Club reference tonight. They had to use a permission just to use a poster from Breakfast Club in The Lost Boys in the end credits scenes. Just to use the poster.
Had to use a what?
They had to have permission to use Molly Ringwald on a poster for the Breakfast Club in The Lost Boys.
Really?
And they actually have to put that in the end credit scene so they don't get in trouble for using it without permission.
Huh. Wow.
Franklin, I like me. Stop discussing about it.
It goes boom.
I don't want to know how I get it. I just know I like eating my meat.
Can you do that again? I didn't catch it the first time.
Don't pick him up. Don't pick him up. Never pick a hitchhiker up.
Forgot how pretty the chicks are in this movie.
Yeah, they're not bad to look at, are they?
Cats.
This guy's equally creepy, man.
Oh yeah.
What year was this filmed, Bill? 72?
74. Well, it came out in 74, so it was probably 73 when it was filmed.
Yeah.
It is a cult classic, though. And the hell of a birthmark right there in the face like that.
10-1, this guy cut somebody with that knife. Nope.
He just sure got straight teeth for a redneck. Such straight teeth for a redneck.
Is that jealousy I hear in your voice, Bill?
Hey. I was riding my bicycle and I had an accident. It made me lose my teeth.
Well, I was sort of right. Somebody did get cut with that knife.
Why is he so amazed? It's a knife. The dude got his
That's
palm
not
with
a
it.
knife.
Yeah.
That's a. Oh, he's got.
That's a straight razor.
Straight razor.
That ain't no knife. Straight razor. It's a Sweeney Todd barber. He's escaped his. They're all scared. Do you believe this is a Polaroid camera?
He's like, excuse me while I whip this out.
Yeah. That makes you think, why would he have a camera, a Polaroid camera?
Well, by itself, him having a camera isn't suspicious. When he takes pictures and say, I'm saving these for my victim portfolio, that's suspicious.
Yeah.
The heck of a Polaroid.
Make sure you get a good sniff.
Yeah.
Nothing like that developer from those old Polaroid cameras.
Yeah.
I think this guy sniffed buckets of that stuff.
Oh,
Yeah.
they don't even make film for it
When
anymore.
gasoline got too expensive.
Hey, gallons of milk are too expensive these days.
here's your X rating. Oh, I thought that was weed for a minute.
You were saying? Watch this.
There it is.
Oh, right into.
Oh man.
You were pressing pretty hard. You making you get like a major vein.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't believe they're not taking a tire iron to that guy's teeth.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, if I was in there with just two of the boys from my crew, that guy would not be walking that van alive if he did that to one of us. And it's not being all gutsy or anything like that. Why the fuck would you let a psycho like that out? Should fucking knock him fucking cold, keep him that, tie him up, and drop him off at the cops.
Well, they just wanted him out of the car and they'd be on their way.
Is this their sense of foreshadowing, I guess?
An American astrologer. Huh?
It's funny, he went on from this to ghost direct, Poltergeist.
Oh, that's
well, I don't. Well, he's done several others though. Showtime did a series called The Masters of a Horror. He directed. Tobe Hooper directed one of them feature films, about 57 minutes in length. I can't remember which one. I'd have to look it up. I think I have them, but they're on DVD. But yeah, Tobe Hooper did one of the Masters of Horror, a miniseries that was played on Showtime.
Hey, Leatherface, would you say? Or
and that
you
was
guys...
around 2005, 2006. What's that?
Would you say this would be like the start of the modern gore horror movies? I don't know what would be before this one. I mean, I know they had all kinds of other ones, but like mainstream gore movies. Would this be the one?
Well, in North America, this would be. Sorry, I didn't hear you, Bill. What were you saying?
Oh, they say that Michael Myers started the slasher trend. No, it actually was started with Leatherface as a slasher trend of genre horror films.
Are either of you fans of the Italian genre Giallo? I might be mispronouncing that because I'm not its biggest fan. But Giallo was where slasher films began in Italy. They did dozens and dozens of them. They were a real cult thing in the mid-'60s, going into the early 70s.
They have a lot of those were stalker-type movies. Slasher, like I think one girl, she sees a guy do something, and then he follows her around and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, they had less restrictions on nudity and stuff in England, in Italy too. So part of it was, to have the titillation of a half-naked girl running, screaming, and a guy cutting her up. I don't find that shit too entertaining. Granted, once in a while there is an outlier that you go, holy shit, that was actually a good movie. This is a bit of an outlier, but I think more because it was one of the very first.
Mm-hmm.
No, which did come first? I mean, this came before Friday the 13th, right?
And it came.
Oh God!
And it came,
yeah.
And
before
it
Halloween.
Before Halloween.
And I would definitely say this was probably more of a shock to audiences than the other ones.
Yeah.
No, it takes. I don't give a fuck.
Yep.
Then I got high. Then I got high.
Yeah.
Well, they definitely like the male gaze with the close up of the butts there, and then the making sure you get a good view.
Golf.
Who is Anonymous Goose?
That's me because I'm not signed in. I don't have an account. So I did a test message, and that's what it gave me.
Yeah, it always signs you an animal. And you're the squirrel.
Uh-oh.
No, Senator
Froze up.
Richard's the squirrel because it put your flag where you're, what country you're from.
Well, they've sure spent a lot of time with this van.
Yeah. Ford.
There we go.
Ford van.
Fix or repair daily or found on road dead. In this case, I'd say found on road dead.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Darth Haster's here.
Hey, Darth Haster.
Darth Haster, how you doing, buddy?
The screening room's pinned at the top.
Yeah, get in here and join the fun.
Or if you want to join
You haven't missed fuck all yet.
Yeah, 30 minutes of van and a crazy dude.
Basically.
We have had one slashing, but it's the minor one.
Yeah. That crippled got his arm cut. See, I don't know how they made it look like a hex symbol or something. They drove away so fast. They made.
No, why would he do that?
You lost your knife. I'll have the 2005 remake.
Oh, man. Freezing up on me.
It froze. Oh, buffering. No, it's buffering here too.
Okay.
Attack of the daddy long legs. They're gonna get you. They're daddy long legs. had a vaccination with zebras. Of course, they lived a poor cripple.
Could they have made it just a little harder for him? What are his friends inside laughing at the guy?
Yeah.
Come on, Wheels, you can do it. Come on, come on. When I'm watching this, it's like somebody's showing me individual postcards of this movie.
Really?
It's just so choppy. Not your fault, Billy. It's mine. My internet is just ass tonight. Absolute ass.
Oh. Sorry. At least I got good internet here. Pretty good.
And I totally psyched myself up for these movies because earlier on today I watched Citizen Kane for like my 11th time.
Ooh.
Wow.
You know which one I wish was public domain? Doctor Strangelove. I don't know. I don't think it is. If Doctor Strangelove was public domain, I would definitely show that. And I know it's not a horror movie, but it's a classic.
Man, it's really been like 30 plus years since I've seen this movie.
Oh, I don't even remember the last time I saw this. It's been.
It's funny going back in your memory, you focus on the kills more than you do what's actually going on.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I think a little bit of editing might have helped this one.
Yeah. Well, they only had a hatchet, a meat cleaver, and a machete to edit with. So.
Yeah.
X-ray. What's X-ray? Oh, that's nice. They give you a little bar for trivia and who the cast is.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's cool.
That's just a big pile of fucking creepy.
Sally.
Yeah, it makes stones out of makes dolls out of bones. That's gotta be a red flag, even for 1974 Texas.
Hey, Spartan Flash, Serenity, good to see you. Hail to you too, sir. The link at the top is the screening room. The link currently in the chat is a link to the panel. Welcome to join us.
Yeah, guys, get in here. Enjoy the film. Don't listen to me cry about it's choppy. I've got really bad internet issues tonight.
There's 31 minutes and 12 seconds. The timestamp is 31 minutes and 16 seconds into the film.
So I missed why they're just walking out into nowhere, because that just fits the narrative, or are they on a goal? What's their? They're just walking around, I guess, exploring. Typical horror movie.
Yeah, a lot of cars hidden by camouflage. But you hear the sound of that generator going, pumping water somewhere. Boy, they got it modified with a heavy. Did you see that big, 55-gallon drum? The other guys didn't need them anymore. Yeah, yeah, because they were killed. They were chopped up for barbecue. So, yep. So you're not ever filling it every 2 hours. That's why. That's actually twice. Oh, look, a tooth.
It's just a random tooth. I'm out.
Yeah. That's just a molar. It's just a giant molar that have a cavity on it.
Sweetie, is it yours? Did you drop a tooth?
This guy's awfully ballsy.
Yeah.
Oh, I dimly remember this guy.
Oh,
Go on, go in the house. Come on, come on.
is it?
Oh, for fuck's sakes, would you stop freezing?
It buffering.
Yeah.
Buffering.
Well, I can't imagine that house smells like Febreze. That's for sure.
Oh, man.
What the hell? Did it stop on you?
I had this problems before.
All right.
Oh, is it okay? Actually, I feel better now because I've been staring and looking at this guy looking inside the door for a minute and a half.
Okay, it started again.
Hey, cutie.
It started. Ah, not again.
Come on.
Every time.
This guy can't ever get into the damn house. It's an omen.
Yeah, oddly enough, it's just prolonging his life only by minutes from our perspective, but it is prolonging his life.
This is the one who doesn't like me to.
Oh, man. We get kicked out?
There we go.
Huh? It started again.
It did?
Yeah. Oh, no, it's buffering. It's off and on
He's
again.
still not inside.
I would not go.
There we go. Come on in there.
Hello.
Hey, there we go. Oh, hello.
Here we go. Yeah.
And there you go.
Hit him with the mallet.
Whammo!
Good morning to you, sir.
That's my favorite death. Anonymous Rooster joining us here.
Oh, more buffering. Son of a bitch. I had one of buffers. Oh, come on. Give us a break.
This is brutal.
Oh, this is brutal now, right?
This is brutal and not in the way a horror movie should be brutal.
Right, exactly. I probably should have used a different terminology. This sucks, but not the movie. Why is it just doing this now like this?
It's a constant buffering. It's just constant buffering for some reason. I don't know why I'm having issues with it.
Spartan Flash Sentry's got it right, though. He says he's silently pleading with the site not to continue playback. He knows what's coming.
and it didn't take long, man. As soon as he got in there,
no,
whammo.
But I always found that the most suspicious out of them all. Like, the guy tripped. There's no way Leatherface could have been ready for that, but he was. Fuck me, he was. Boy, that guy didn't have a chance.
Oh, no, man.
It's almost
Not
like
at
it was
all.
in a script.
I mean, it was definitely more enjoyment for us knowing it took him like 20 times to try to get through the door. And then...
Well, she's through the door
Oh,
now.
she walked right on in.
Yeah. When you see a steel door, you probably should turn around and walk the other way. Oh no!
Are you fucking kidding me? You see anything in this guy's place? How many skulls were on the wall?
And pelts and blood stains.
If you're asking me would I walk into this house, the answer is I wouldn't fly over this fucking house if I had the opportunity not to. Not in an airplane.
God almighty. It's just like that commercial because it's buffering, so I'll talk like that insurance commercial. These girls are just like it. Why don't we get in the car that's running and get out of here? And the guy goes, "What are you, crazy?" The other is like, "Well, let's hide behind the wall of chainsaws." Yes, that's a great idea.
Yeah. Let me just hide under this fucking drapery of skin.
With my best friend's face still attached to it.
Yeah. Oh, look, how convenient. A rug of human hair by the fire. I'll hide under that. There are little warning signs that travelers should be aware of when traveling. And a house with human remains adorning the walls, that's a red fucking flag if I ever seen one.
Well, I mean, you've got to have the refrigerator with mason jars full of body parts, right? And the occasional head sitting in there.
Yeah,
oh, damn.
That this whole movie is just like a. Billy, I think you've angered the video gods somehow.
I really am.
Yeah.
It's not your fault. It's just bad luck.
You're going to have to read from the book of
It's
Necronomicon to get this shit to work right, man.
Well, come on, guys. There are people in the chat room. Let's act this out for them. Billy, scream like a girl. I'm going to murder you now. No. Please don't scream like a girl, Billy. I'm only kidding.
No.
Hey, look, there's a blood-stained full drag marks from one room to the other. I'm okay with it. Let me see what else is back here. Come on, guys, follow me.
Oh, come on.
Wow.
Spartan Flash asked a question, and I'm a little hesitant to ask because I know you're still getting used to this technology, Bill, but Spartan asks, I'm wondering if it's because StreamYards is using too many system resources. Well, he's not on StreamYards. I'm sure you meant Kobe or whatever the fuck this is called.
Cosme.
Can you lower the bit rate on your YouTube stream? Are you running them both off the same computer, Bill?
I am. I probably should be doing. I didn't want to push my other computer because it's been acting up lately.
Right, as opposed to this.
Well, this is my newer one, and it should be better.
Hey, Bill, did you close out the StreamYard from the other one? Are you running 2 StreamYards?
No,
Okay.
no. Yeah, I just trust me. I closed all my multiple tabs that I had open. I'm only running 3 tabs right now. The 3 important ones.
Would it help? I don't know. I really don't know how your system works. Would it help if I bowed out? Is this using up
No.
more of your computer's resources having me on your platform here? Because I really can't watch the movie very well anyway. So if any guy should bail, it would be me, because at least David's getting some value out of this, and so Spartan.
I could bail out if you want to stay, Butter, and see if that works.
No, that's fine. The buffering's done for now.
I know it's not the option anybody's looking for.
No, the buffering's done for now. It's playing. Oh, we got quite the crowd in the.
Is it?
In the,
it's not playing for me. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I don't even have a screen. It's just a circle and it's black.
We got 5 in the screening room. That's awesome. And buffering again.
Right when the shit doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like it'll play a couple of seconds. Look like the chick's blowing a corpse.
We're down to 4.
I'm gonna back out and come back in and see.
Hello, and the beat goes on. Good to see you.
And the beat goes on.
Get your fiddle tells us see what you fiddled with on that end. All right, we're to open
Spartan
up.
Flash says, Jedi, you have your guys stay. Let me fiddle with Cosme and see what can be fiddled with on that end. Spartan's talking like he knows what he's doing. I've never been on Cosme before today, so I'll take his word.
I wonder if it's because we're not all logged in or signed up, but it wasn't a problem with Lost Boys, so because we're kind of just watching it without being signed in.
That's because I don't necessarily have an MP4 file like the other ones. Oh, this one's playing from an actually. I can't say what I'm playing this from. You know, I could get in trouble.
Don't do it, man.
Hey, it's working right now.
Hey!
It's working.
Yep. Oh, she's gonna. Oh, no! Oh, God damn it! What?
It's placed on the hook. It gets placed on the hook. Hacked up for barbecue. Hey, that's a heck of a pose to be frozen in. Oh, shit. Come on, you play stingy.
So we get 40 minutes of the van, and then we finally get to the house. Now it's going to buffer. Oh.
I'm also running multiple programs in the background too, so if I could shut one of them down, I would. Maybe that was my downfall. I shouldn't have tried to get all nifty with my.
Well, it's understandable. I mean, you're going to
there we
try
go.
to test the thing out as best you can. Boy, you guys are getting picture. All I'm getting is just like a gray screen with the circle of death.
Well, he's got her up on the thing there. He's getting ready to go to town.
Ah, you're kidding me. The girl murders were the most fun.
Yeah, well, then it just stopped again. So it's like you get to see what he's getting ready to do, and then we miss it.
Mm-hmm. I'm not getting
freeze frame picture.
You guys?
Well, I got a freeze frame picture of Leatherface. Yeah.
All I got is gray. Reload site. I'm gonna do it. What the fuck?
No.
I have to too. Good times. Yes, good times. Reconnect. I have to reconnect.
Anonymous Rooster asks, Jedi Bill, what resolution is this stream in? Is there a way to find out, Bill? Is there like an information button or something around here?
Yes, I'm going to do it right now. I got it.
I'm just saying, if you were running it at like 1080, maybe.
I know. No, I have it at 480p.
Okay, 480p. I'm not fucking psychic. I didn't know that.
Well, no, I'm telling you right now, because I had to redo it, and so, oh no.
Well, I want a different anonymous animal because my little icon looks like shit. Oh, here we go.
Oh no! Are you kidding me? It jumped all the way back to the beginning.
This isn't the beginning, is it?
Oh,
no, I'm at like 40 minutes and 40 seconds.
Okay, yeah.
We missed the whole hook. Missed the whole hook thing.
Yeah, maybe go back a few minutes.
There we go. Get her, Leatherface. Get her. Get her. Get that bitch. Get that bitch. Get that bitch. Get that bitch. I'm sorry. I'm toxic. I'm El Deadite. I'm not Jedi Bill. I'm El Deadite tonight.
This is just, oh man. Oh.
Under me, up you go.
God. Comparatively speaking, the guy got off easy.
Yeah, Smart and Flash. Arrgh. Yeah, arrgh. Hey, but it's up and running. It's as far as I can tell, it's up and running.
Yeah, it's running.
Yeah, they're running pretty smooth right now.
Yeah, maybe it just needed a reset.
Possibly, yeah. This is the longest it's run consistently for me yet.
I do have a cooling pad underneath my laptop, so
Yeah, that's a great thing to have.
It should be rather relatively cool.
Really?
And I've got my cooling pad's got 5 fans in them, so.
Leatherface was told to just hang out with not the right girl. Perhaps Paul should have been more specific. But bum. That wasn't me. I think that's Anonymous Rooster, who I think is Spartan. Man, that chick is really working those bell bottoms.
Yeah, right? She is. Yes.
Well, I'm glad for you, Spartan. Mind you, I got a squirrel. I like squirrels. I'm fine with squirrels.
Fine with squirrel. You know, one night, all of Cosme broke down, and I had like 30 people in my screening room because mine was the only one working at the time. It was the damnedest thing, and I didn't have any problems then, so it's a crazy thing.
Yeah, maybe traffic too. It's like Friday night, right?
Yeah. Well, there's one that
how are we watching this movie, Bill? Like, what is it? Is this a DVD of yours? Is it like being streamed as we speak?
Well,
how does that work?
I don't know if I should. I don't know if I can say. I'll type it in the chat here.
Secret? I mean, don't tell me if you don't want to.
What? If I caught on, Jed, if you have that X-ray thing on there, it should be a Blu-ray or something. But I don't know if this came out on Blu-ray, eh?
Yeah, I have it on Blu-ray.
Is this thing we're on, is it just a sharing site? Is it a streaming site? What is it? I've never even heard of it before today.
I put it in this Cosme chat, okay?
Yeah, buddy, don't give me any of your secrets. I'm just saying. I was just asking, like, what is it?
No. Right there. I just put it in the chat.
Okay, nice.
I get you.
I just don't want to say it over the airways because I could get in trouble. So.
Right. You could have been a little coy and say we're watching this on Bezos's dime.
Well, that's the amazing thing about
the internet. If your mosquitoes
that I can broadcast the stream, broadcast this movie, watch it while talking with all you. So
it's awesome, and you don't have to worry about YouTube.
It's good. I know.
I mean, God, they don't even like you karaokeing off another video.
I know. Quit goofing on me. Quit goofing on me.
Yeah, come on in, guy. See how long. What's the record? The girl lasted 20 seconds?
Well, he should just be killed just for the shirt that he's wearing. I know it's the 70s, but my God, that shirt is louder than I am right now.
Yeah, for that, he deserves to die. That and that cheesy 70s fro.
Oh, that fro's terrible.
Hey, somebody spilt all this transmission fluid on the floor. What's going on?
Oh, there's the bloody hook. No worries.
Why, there's transmission fluid all over this place. They must have been working on a car. That's it. I bet the car's in the freezer. Let me check.
What the
Wow.
hell?
She's like,
Oh!
damn! He got him. He got him with one.
These guys
blow.
are like 9
Wow.
different shades of fucking useless.
Well, he lasted the longest, I guess. 40 seconds, 45 seconds. That Leatherface don't play around, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's just say he's not really into conversation.
Oh.
Anonymous rooster, you're right, dude.
Why do people keep breaking into my home?
This guy and Jedi Bill have the same dentist.
Hey, how'd you know?
He's gonna have to ask Paul for a new hammer for Christmas. Shit.
The moon is full.
No, I don't have an account, nor do I want to log in.
Oh, damn it.
Hey, cripple, move. Beep, beep. Blocking the road.
Just push him out of the way with the car. He'll just roll out.
Yeah, well, it's a chick. She's not going to think of that, but what the fuck? She is really working those bell bottoms.
Yo. Jerry!
Oh, nothing like letting the bad guys know exactly where you're at.
Maybe if you tried yelling serial killer, you'd get a response.
Ask me about my wiener. Sweet, ready.
Well, Leatherface needed a damn break for a while,
Yeah.
That's a dumb question. The lights are on. How would the lights be on without the key? Usually they don't turn on without the key in ignition, right? I mean, did the old Forge, were the lights able to turn on without the key?
This is symbolism for her headlights, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
I mean, she's only had her headlights on the whole damn movie. Which I'm not complaining.
I took the keys. Well, the lights are still on. You're gonna run down the battery anyway. And she's not even wearing a bra.
I mean, you're not allowed to wear a bra with bell bottoms, right?
I guess not.
Well, not until like 1980.
Okay.
After 1980, the law changed. But... Oh, she is working that tank top.
Oh, yeah.
Spartan Flash reminds me I need to have a video file film through the projection switch, which that happens. LOL.
Yeah. This guy's arms should be humongous with all the work he has to do pushing himself through this terrain. God damn.
Hey, Jerry. Well, you could do a drinking game on this. Every time they said Jerry, you'd get really drunk.
Yeah.
Let's play the Texas Chainsaw.
But then
Drinking
finally
game.
somebody's helping the guy.
Let's play.
There are 3 rules. Whenever you see boobs, blood, or Leatherface, you drink.
God.
Or bell bottoms. Boobs, blood, bell bottoms, or Leatherface, drink. Is anybody else frozen out, or is it just me?
We're not frozen.
I'm looking at the front of the van.
Oh no, she's been pushing him through the woods.
Yeah.
Ah, come on, fucker, reconnect.
Chat is frozen for you.
John.
Well, he getting made up into barbecue right now.
The harder she screams, the harder her nipples get. It's amazing.
Right?
I know.
You know? It's no wonder he couldn't find him out in the middle of the dark.
Oh, fuck you, freezing. Mind you, it froze at a great spot.
Another roaster. Oh my God! Wheels chairs attacking poor man. Hold still, buddy. I have you. Scream! You're trying to scream.
Maybe you should concentrate on running. Oh, okay. She's caught.
What should I do? What do you like better? Her getting caught in these branches, or the branch scene from Evil Dead Part 1?
You mean the horny trees from Evil Dead?
yeah. When the branches rape. When the branches, well.
Grape. Grape. You have to say grape.
Get awfully feely.
Jesus Christ! Didn't this guy's mother ever tell him not to run with a chainsaw?
Apparently not. Hey, don't you know we're watching what not to do with what not to do with certain tools. This is a safety video.
Like that house needs the
what
back
you
door
should
locked.
not do with a chainsaw.
All right, she's in the house. Let's see how long she lasts.
Oh, this
Put her on
is
the
so
clock.
frustrating.
Please, you're asking the wrong dude. My gosh, he needs a chainsaw to get through that door. You could kick right through it. Did you see how thin it was?
Yeah, I mean, he's only like 6'10", 380 pounds.
My God.
Just smash through
poor
that door
doggy
like paper
rotted.
mache.
Sit there, posed, rotted, standing up.
Oh,
this is beyond frustrating.
God damn.
And look, the sun's coming up. Is this where the sun's coming up?
Wow. That
I'm
was
done.
impressive.
I'm done. Enough.
Wait, that was one window. You mean she goes through? There's another scene in this movie where she goes through another glass window.
Well, she got in the house and made it out of the house. I give her credit.
And here we are running in the woods again.
Oh, son of a red shirt got booted.
Oh no, he got 86th.
Yeah, he got 86. That sucks.
That's a saw. Great gas mileage. Hey, you know what they say about the saw in Texas?
Well, the
saw is the law. The Texas chainsaw.
Well, the funny part is, Bill, basically she ran from the woods into the house, back through the woods again. She could have just ran in circles from the first part.
That's just my Friday and Saturday night every October for the last 9 years.
If she doesn't stop screaming, I'm going to root for
I'd be like
Leatherface.
chasing him, they be like a running, and I'd be like, "Hey, get back here! Where are you going?" Oh, should she get to safety?
She made it.
Call the police! Call the police! Call the police!
At least she stopped screaming.
The Pruitts. That's the name of the Leatherface family. The Pruitts.
Pruitt family?
Yeah, something like that. The Hewitts or Pruitt, something like that. Like, I know it would come to me.
Okay.
Cue Leslie Nielsen with the airplane sign. Funny enough, Rooster.
Oh, Rooster is on fire, man.
Yeah.
All right.
Look, she looks at the barbecue.
Yeah, that's her Oscar-winning performance right there.
Wait a minute, is that a thumb? There's a thumb in there.
A little bit of everything, I think.
Yeah.
And she's just still sitting there, though.
You're right.
So now she's not going to run?
She thought she got to safety.
I know, right? She's in shock at this point.
Mm-hmm. Look at that big grin he got on his face. Girly girl, you didn't go nowhere. And he's got rope. What are you doing? Oh, yeah, when he breaks out the rope and the jacket, now you become aware.
Yeah, no need to worry.
Nobody gonna hurt you. Beat her with that broom. Beat her with a broom. Hey, we're just toxic males here. We're allowed.
She got away from the guy with a chainsaw, but this guy's kicking her ass.
He broke your broomstick. You broke your broomstick.
You see Red Shirt's comment.
What did Red Shirt say?
It's gross.
That them will come back and haunt them in the Texas Chainsaw Massacre Part 3 chili cook-off. Boy, them crickets are loud fuckers, aren't they? Oh shit, no, I got real crickets in my damn house. What the fuck? Wait, did he go anywhere or he forgot something? Oh, he forgot to turn off the light. Hey, what do you know? A redneck that likes to conserve stuff. Yeah, see? Had to turn off the lights. Cost electricity. He grabbed at her with that broken broomstick.
He loves that damn broom, right?
Well, she's fighting for her life.
Oh, no, what happened? Oh, that's just the car.
Yeah.
I thought we got booted out.
No.
Just more headlights.
Yeah.
Well, damn, Bill, maybe she was so tired she couldn't run away from him, because if it's taking him that long to drive back, how far did she run?
I don't know.
This must have been a hell of a long way. Yeah.
You talking about your boy? He's gathered up all the roadkill from the road. A sack, not just one. He's got a sack of roadkill. A sack of roadkill. A sack of roadkill.
With armadillo too.
Oh, he was the one who went to the graveyard, and that's what he was doing out there. He messed with the dead bodies.
Uh-huh.
Maybe he's into necrophilia.
Yeah.
Maybe he said. Maybe he likes them delayed still and cold.
More headlights.
Yeah. Notice her screams get louder as she gets in the house.
Yeah. Oh, I remember some of this. This was on one of the free channels the other day, parts of this. I didn't even realize what it was.
He thought he was in a hurry. Or he's wearing the face of a female, because he just like Ed Gein.
Yep.
And then the movie The Silence of the Lambs, they also Buffalo Bill was also modeled after Ed Gein.
Oh, that's right.
You know?
That's right. You're right. Yeah, right. Did he say we're going to fix her some supper or for supper?
Yeah. Fix her supper. No. I think tomorrow, from now on, I'll start streaming the movie from my other laptop. See if that runs any better.
I've been waiting to get a better one for Best Buy, waiting for some good deals to come out for the holidays.
Make sure it has at least 16 gigs of RAM.
Oh, definitely, because I'm running on 8.
Yeah, I'm running 8 gigs of RAM too right now. 16 is definitely going to be better.
Yeah, because this is a replacement for one that burned out on me, a brand new one that I had to take back.
Oh man.
Yeah, and then I had to buy this one just to get me by.
Don't drop a... This girl is a fighter. I'd give her that.
Yeah.
Look at them bones.
Hey, she jumped right out of that window like it was nothing, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, she's the only one that made it in and out of the house at least once.
Is the film go? Yes, it's still going. The film is still going.
Yeah, it's dinner time.
It's an hour and 10 minutes into the feature. 12 minutes and 54 seconds remain. Oh. I guess Grandpa's a vampire. Look at Grandpa. Grandpa sucking on her finger like a finger licking good. Grandpa said, "Ooh, you sweet."
Is he
Your
still
blood's-
alive?
Your
Or are they
blood's
just
sweet,
moving him?
sugar pie. Look,
More
they-
screaming.
Yeah. Hey, look, they even brought her food.
Yeah.
Like they're trying to fatten her up.
Isn't that actually what they're trying to do with her, Bill? Is keep her? I can't remember if they.
No, but dig that shrunken head. You can't. You can make him stop. You can't let them kill me.
I don't think logic is going to work on them.
Yeah. Logic's right out the door.
Yeah. Pretty much a shotgun to their head is about the only thing that's going to work.
See, like a pretty little hair. Uh-oh, you insulted Dad. You insulted Dad. Just a cook. He can take no pleasure in killing, but he can get pleasure in eating.
Yeah, he ain't got a problem with everybody else doing it.
Yeah. Yeah. Big laughs.
Ah!
Welcome back.
Hey, guys.
More screaming.
She's got really
she
pretty
got-
eyes. I never noticed that before.
The bright blue eyes. I don't know why they bring in the sound of a pig here squealing. You hear it? You hear it? They got it in the background. Maybe this is what made them think for Deliverance. Well, Deliverance was in the 60s, I guess. Squeal like a pig! Squeal like a pig! Uh-oh. Leatherface is sweet on her.
Yeah.
You ain't going nowhere.
Fuck off.
Grandpa's the best. We're gonna have you have this one, Grandpa.
Nice close up on the eyeball.
Yeah.
Maybe he was back in his day. I think his time's expired. I don't know why they'd be interested in this gal anyway. There's no meat on her bones.
Well, it's a good thing they can tolerate all that noise from her. They'd have killed her 20 minutes ago.
Oh, for God's sakes. I don't know.
Damn it.
This is impossible.
Hit it, Grandpa. Hit it, Grandpa. They did this. They do this in part 2 too. Hate that bitch.
Oh.
You almost don't think some individual should be able to survive a hit from any type of steel mallet like that.
Oh,
window
wait,
number 2. Number 2.
That's
Window
number
number 2.
Yep. Okay.
Window number 2.
Did not chasing her?
They're awfully slow on the draw.
Oh, yeah.
Here he comes. Here comes Topik, or whatever his name is. She's only 5'5", and she runs pretty fast.
Oh. Lost son again.
Oh, here comes the trucker.
Oh, nice. That was great.
Uh-oh. We lost Red Shirt again.
Oh, again? Damn.
Again.
Get back in the truck.
Get in the truck. Look at the name on the truck. Black Mariah. No. I'm just reading the name of the truck, folks.
I was going to say, that dude's going to have some kind of weapon or something.
Grab that pipe wrench.
Not many truckers don't have some kind of a self-defense weapon.
Most of them packing guns.
Yeah, especially in Texas, right?
Oh. Now, this don't hurt him.
Nice.
That's just a flesh wound. It's just a flesh wound, folks. Just a flesh wound. That guy was going the other direction, but
who's this guy?
I don't know, but I'd be worried if it was her. I mean, he was going the direction that she's coming from, and now he's driving the opposite direction. because he was totally heading the right direction.
Right. That didn't
So,
make much sense.
You're going the wrong way from the direction you were going.
They're going back to the house. Are they? Are they going back?
The immortal classic, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It's such a classic that is.
Wow.
Sally.
I forgot it ended like that.
Yeah.
Craziness, man.
Yeah. Oh, it's been a good night. We had a few hiccups, but hey,
So
we got through them.
the truck driver's name is Ed Gein.
Ed Gein.
Yeah, isn't that funny? That's kind of weird.
Oh, you're welcome, Smart and Flash. We've been having a ball. That's why I do these things. You know, I play some of my favorite horror films and just have a blast. And you're welcome to come up on the panel too and commentate. I mean, just good, clean fun, buddy. I'm glad you enjoyed the show. I'm glad. That's my intention. I hope I hope to hit an audience that shares the love for horror films. Absolutely. Sentiment exactly. All right.
Yeah, that was crazy, man. I hadn't seen the whole thing in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, when I was mentioning, I caught part of that. I must have been flipping through channels the other day, through horror channels, for Halloween and shit.
Hey, just another red shirt. You catch the very end. Well,
hey, what's going on,
at least you got the end.
What the hell?
How you doing, red shirt? Good to see you.
Hey,
Cocktail lounge. Just
you missed all the headlights and screaming.
What was that?
You missed all the headlights and screaming.
Yeah, you own the Brookmeyer remake. It wasn't as bad as people make it out. Yeah. He did better than I did. I'm sorry you had so much troubles. Hey, we had our own hiccups, but hey, we got through.
That sucks. I tried to watch one of your guys' streams one night at work. I didn't even comment. I couldn't. Just couldn't even do anything with it. It was so irritating. But I like this setup. So,
if I could see and find one called Wes Craven Presents Feast, I've heard that one. I actually think I've seen it one. Yeah. Well, I have to see what I can dig up.
Well, we'll get the red shirts in. Get both of them in here at the same time.
Yeah. All right. Invite. We can commentate. I'm not in no hurry to go anywhere.
I've been kind of bumping into just another red shirt for quite a while.
There's a link to the panel if anybody wishes to join. Because the feature is now over.
Should we do a commentary on fastest kills? I think that.
Well, there's a YouTuber who did on Friday the 13th back in August. They watched all 10 Friday the 13th.
Some of those are unbearable.
Yeah.
What's the one? Jason Takes Manhattan.
Yeah, that's number 8.
The one in space.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, that's 10, and there's actually 11 if you count There's 12. There's 12 of them. There's 12.
Well, there's Freddy versus Jason. Right.
Yeah.
I think the space one was so
And then the
terrible.
remake Friday the 13th film.
Yeah, and then the remakes. Yeah, some of those are just ungodly terrible, I think. I don't remember even watching the whole SpaceX in space. I think I tried to watch it. The one scene was when one dude gets frozen and Jason smashes his head into the thing, and that was pretty cool. And that's pretty much all I remember from that one.
Right. Now I can open another tab.
So I can back out of Cosme now?
Yeah, you can back out of Cosme now.
All right.
There's no need to be in Cosme.
So have you pre-planned what you got coming up for the next one?
No. I think a zombie movie. And I've
just another Richards.
Hey, just another.
Hey.
How you doing? How was Friday Night Tykes?
Well, Friday Night Tights was really early because Gary was on Timcast IRL at 7:00 this evening. So he did Friday Night Tights like 5 hours early. It was good. It was fun. I think he got, from what I heard, he got a total of like 15 minutes on the Timcast.
That's it?
Yeah, they flew him.
That's it?
Yeah, they flew him across country, put him up at a hotel to give him 15 minutes on the show. I'm like,
and he
wow.
Hates flying. He hates
flying. He hates flying. Yeah, he said that. He's like, oh, God, he's just now recovering from, he was starting Friday Night Tights. He said he's just now recovering from having to get on an airplane. I'm like, yeah, shit, now you got to do it, go home.
And then from what I heard, it brought in over 35,000 people from earlier in the chat.
Yeah,
I don't watch Tim Pool, so I just heard it from other people.
Yeah, I don't know how many he normally has, but I got in there. When I finally get in there, I mean, it was like at least half the people I saw commenting in the chat were all FNT fans. I mean, we buried the chat at the beginning.
Yeah,
so
I heard about that. Did you mod for them, or did you just in?
Oh hell no! Tim Pool doesn't know. Tim Pool doesn't know me from a hole in the ground.
Okay, my bad. And by the way, just another red shirt. It's an honor to finally be on a stream with you.
Oh, hey, I'm a journeyman. I just wander from stream to stream to stream.
Yeah, that's funny because I kind of mentioned that. This is only my third
up in the latest hours.
Yeah, I keep the weirdest hours.
Do you have to work?
I work nights, so this is nothing for me. This is normal.
Yeah.
And,
what's that, Bill?
Do you don't have to work today, do you?
No. I got off Friday morning, and then I go back to work. Well, I'm off this Sunday, but normally I go in Sunday night for Monday midnight shift.
Right. Yeah, I get weekends off. So Saturdays and Sundays, I don't have to wake up early. Mondays suck because I'm usually awake until 3 a.m. or later all weekend, and then Monday I've got to be awake by 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning. I'm like,
Well, now was that you that you had to leave a stream the other day and said you had to go to work and you walk from one end of the house to the other? Was that you?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, because I have my commute is all of about 65 feet.
which is longer than that one dude lasted in the movie tonight, because once he got to the house, he made about 15 feet, and that was it.
Oh dear! Wow,
that was a quick kill, man. 10 seconds tops.
Yep. Yeah. Oh. No, I work from home and I live out in the middle of nowhere. So if I had to commute, I'd have a minimum 30-minute commute because I am 30 minutes from anything.
Well,
I'm in the middle of everything in Central Texas, but I'm at least 30 minutes away from anything.
Yeah, that's I live I work in DC, but I live in Virginia.
Right.
And that's the one godsend from about working the midnight shift is I don't have to deal with that traffic.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, we Jedi Bill did the Lost Boys earlier.
Yep.
I don't know if you remember that one, Red Shirt.
Very vaguely, if at all. Yeah, I haven't. Let's put it this way: the last time I went to the movies to see something new in a theater, it was Peter Jackson's "They Shall Not Grow Old," which is like 3 or 4 years ago.
I think it might have been Justice League, maybe. I don't know how long that's been.
So I was.
Oh, there you go. Shaun of the Dead.
Yeah, I've played that one, but I can always
what happened to Nameless Victim was in there for a second.
Have you also done Hot Fuzz and World's End?
I did. Yeah, I believe I did do World's End. But maybe I haven't done World's End yet. Maybe I stopped. But I do have. You see, I got the whole Cornetto trilogy.
Yeah, the Cornetto. Yeah, Cornetto trilogy. Yeah.
Yeah. I
just watched World's End again, and this is really funny. I love all three of the movies. I think they're great. I love Hot Fuzz probably the most. Mrs. Redshirt cannot stand Hot Fuzz. Thinks it's absolutely stupid. She sees no redeeming qualities to it. Thinks it's absolutely idiotic. She likes Shaun of the Dead. We watched World's End. She damn near had an accident laughing. That had her in stitches. I'm like, okay, go figure. I like all three of them.
I was thinking either I got to do Dawn of the Dead, or we could do like Demon Knight for the next one.
There's an unrated Dawn of the Dead.
That was a thing. I was also considering maybe The Dead Don't Die.
Is that the Bill Murray one?
That's the one with Bill Murray.
Yeah, it's campy, but it's good. It's funny.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to have a definite. Your sense of humor is what's going to get you through that one. If you don't, it's a weird take, but it's a little bit.
Yeah, this is my catalog, my Movies Anywhere catalog right here.
Right. It almost sounds like
I have almost all these on DVD or Blu-ray too. So
yeah, it almost says it can't be with Bill Murray. Sounds almost like Zombieland.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to do any spoilers. If you
don't.
It's a little. No. It's a little. They check all the boxes, but it's a little bit weird, but it's good. I liked it.
Okay.
But I'm not much of a movie critic, so I'm not like the critical drinker or mauler. I just go out into a movie, It's
Well, the critical drinker's a writer, for crying out loud. He does, he figures out how to make a story work and connect the dots and lead you through it for money. He gets paid for that.
Right.
It's like, I can't do that to save my life. But then again, nobody's paying me, so I don't have much of an incentive to learn.
Right.
But yeah, that's Mahler. Jesus Christ, he can spend. Let's put it this way: I don't ever want to know that much about a movie. I just don't.
It's something else.
Yeah, it is. 10 hours and they talk about one movie. I'm like, oh my god. Critical Drinker's reviews, I love his. When he picks it apart, that's hysterical. When he does Drinker Recommends, I'm like, I'm watching that. The Drinker Recommends I have yet to see a movie that he recommended that I haven't liked. Or that I didn't like when I first saw it. And I went, you know what? He's right. I should watch that again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, movies are so terrible these days. I don't mind watching them crush a bad movie. And then it's even like, I'm glad I didn't go see that. Not because they made me feel that way. I already knew, like, let's say Black Widow. I don't know if you guys went to see that, Jedi, or
no.
You guys. I'm like, no, I'm not.
No,
gonna see that.
I've seen Black Widow. I didn't go see it. I saw somebody. I was with somebody's private screening. We did a watch party, but it was hard to take in because you had a bunch of voices talking about.
I got intrigued by the first episode of WandaVision. Started talking with folks I know who are into Marvel, know the comic books, know Marvel's cinematic universe. Got enough up to speed to be able to understand who the characters were and who the players were. Then watched the rest of that series and absolutely hated the way it went, the way they ended it. I just was like, you have so pissed me off. I am not watching any more of your stories, Marvel. I don't care what you do. I'm done with you.
Yeah,
that had
sentiment.
Yeah, it had such promise at the beginning, and they threw it all away for all the wrong reasons, I thought. At least according to the reasons that I could conceive of. And I was like, no. I didn't read comics. But I mean, I watched Batman in the 60s. I watched the Fantastic Four in the 60s. I watched Spider-Man in the 60s and early 70s. The cartoons. And live action Batman, cartoon, Fantastic Four, and Spider-Man. I had an idea what who those characters were, what those stories were like. So I watched, Christopher Reeve's Superman. I watched Michael Keaton's Batman. I watched Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. And I liked those. But then I was like, but then they changed this or they do that. And I'm like, no, you start messing around with these things. If you can't just write another good story, the hell with it. Yeah.
George Reeves.
George Reeves. Yes, I watched that. That was my first Superman experience. So I mean, that was my background. And so I never knew the difference between Marvel and DC because I didn't read the comics. So was Spider-Man and Superman and Batman all the same or different or whatever? I didn't know. I didn't care. So when the MCU never intrigued me. But I said, I'll give this a try. It's it's a limited run. I don't have to watch 10 movies in a row to understand the last movie. I just have to watch a few episodes of like episodic television. I can do that. So I did. And I was like, you bastards. Jesus Christ. That was just so like, oh man, talk about and everybody was all excited about how there might be this and that. And there's a crossover from the Wolverines, like Wolverine's universe, the X-Men universe, because they brought in a guy who's from there, an actor from there, and everybody's like, ooh, that could be no, he turns out to be a dick joke. That's it. He was just a dick joke.
Yep. And
I was like, yeah, Jesus Christ, what are you, 8 years old? And do they pay you to do this shit? Good God. So I was like, I'm out of here. I'm done with this. You can take your obnoxious female characters and irritating female characters and it's off.
It's like I've been lurking in the shadows on YouTube, watching you guys for a long time, or just commenting in chats. And I was like, oh, I'm going to go watch this show. Or I'm going to go watch this show. And then, man, I'm glad I didn't. Like Loki and all this. And I'm like, it's not that I'm influenced by all the reviews from people that I watch, like Nerdrotic or you guys or Jed and all that. But we watch old movies now, and they're just better.
They are.
The writing's terrible. The editing's terrible. The production value's terrible. You get some good acting, I guess. Like, I guess Loki Hiddleston. Is that his name? Hiddleston? They said he was trying his best. Huddleston, is that it? And I'm like, God, that was the one show I was kind of looking forward to, but I'm like, nah, I'm not going to do it. And then, damn, I'm glad I didn't. You know, Wonder Woman 84. Oh, what a travesty. And I made a comment the other day that I used to not watch trailers because it would ruin a good movie. You see too much of the good stuff. Now I look forward to watching trailers to make sure I don't go watch the movies.
Right.
You know, does that make sense? Or did that come off right?
Does.
Or, I mean, it's like, I saw Wonder Woman 84 and I said, no, the special effects on Lost Boys look better than what they did to Cheetah.
Hello, Joe Vet. How's it going?
Hey, what's going on, Bill? This is actually Spartan Flash Century.
Hey,
For some reason, it won't pull up my other channel.
This
is my Lester used one, but since I'm building a Mando costume, that's probably going to be my primary soon.
Good.
But yeah, great stream, man.
Thank you.
Not bad. These will be easy to hit because this is like Saturday afternoon for me out here in Korea. So.
Okay.
Holy cow!
All right. Well, we've got some more coming up next week, and I'm going to do Saturday night or Sunday night / Monday morning for me, for most part. You know, I'll do the next one, and then 2 more times next week.
Nice.
And then so on and so on. So that's the month, and then I'm working in horror classics where we can actually show it on the tube because they're public domain.
I think Jabberwocky might be public domain if you want to get a Terry Gilliam night in there.
Oh, yeah.
Terry
to see if
movie public domain. That'd be lucky.
Possible.
That'd be wonderful. Good fortune.
I'm not saying that I've seen the entire movie uploaded to YouTube, but that might be a little gray in the legal area. But
well, if I can get a hold of it, yeah, sure. Then yeah, it's fair game. You know.
Yeah. Yar.
As long as I double check to see it's a public domain, sir.
Well, I liked how you did this tonight, man. That was really cool. You could, watch the movie as long as it's working, right? Obviously, there were some technical issues, but you can chat either on, the StreamYard or actually on that thing. What was it called?
Cosme. Yeah.
That's pretty cool, man. I like that. And then you don't have to worry about, who coming in and trying to block you. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm thinking the Cosme thing works better because the chat's more synced up with the video as opposed to YouTube where you're like on a 30-second to 2-minute delay.
Right.
So like a lot of times you'll like, oh, that's a good joke, and like 2 minutes later they finally read it in the chat and like, what the hell is he talking about?
It's like
right.
that first kill of the movie, man. He couldn't get into the damn house. And it went on and on and on. And then, man, what did we say? 5 seconds he lasted, maybe? 10? It took him 20 minutes and then, pow. That was
the video's just stuck there buffering. You see a guy on screen sweating as he's looking at the screen. He's breaking the fourth wall.
We got, I guess, give you a wrench if you needed to link anything in chat. For Flash.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I think maybe tonight, which will probably be all morning, I'll get on the ball with my Halloween spoopy playthrough that I've been meaning to do for years. And I'm setting up Silent Hill 4: The Room. Originally, that was going to be a pandemic special because we were all on lockdown. So
yeah,
but still, great game. Highly recommend it. We'll see
cool.
if YouTube's algorithm gives me the axe because of the Kojima effect, but we'll see.
Yeah,
I know there's certain games that they're really touchy about. So
yeah.
If it gets struck,
YouTube's touchy about a lot of stuff.
If it gets struck, I'll do it on Twitch or even Odyssey.
Yeah,
that'll show them. So,
hey, Jedi Bill was showing a what was it? A music video? Was it Love Bites? That one night, Jedi off of YouTube, and they still went in and stopped them. I'm like,
that's the thing. The thing that gets dodgy with music clips, especially if it's licensed music, I think there's a certain time window that you have to be able to show that before it triggers the AI flagging system. I'll have to reach out to some of my other peeps on that one, but I think it's like only like maybe 25 seconds of content before you got to pause it and shift gears. Otherwise, you're going to lose all monetization on that stream if you're even at that level.
Yeah.
I know I'm not, but
yeah, neither am I.
Yeah.
Not yet. Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait, ways to go.
The karaoke one is one that really tripped me out. I can't remember. Didn't they stop you on one of the karaoke songs? I'm like, what?
Oh yeah,
it's a karaoke song. What do you? Holy crap!
I sing. What was it?
It was was it a Disney song? Was it Disney?
Aladdin.
It was from Aladdin.
That or the other one that I did a female voice for.
Yeah, one of my Grand Theft Auto heist live streams, like part 1, which was all set up, I left the radio going, and so when I went to go review the flags, it had like 1 million copyright flags there for all of the licensed music that was in there, and it was like, your video is ineligible for monetization in such countries as North Korea, South Sudan, Venezuela. I'm like, oh well, shit. Sorry. Like, wow. However, will I recoup this loss?
Wow. Great.
Nameless victim. Did you get to catch any? Oh, he's muted, I think. I was wondering if you got to caught the end of that movie at all.
Yeah. Wait, he changed his name again.
Right.
No, he's still nameless victim number 4.
Did you get to catch the end of the Massacre movie at all? Or
No, buddy. Actually, I got to be honest with you. Tonight was a very embittering experience in film for me. I love movies and shit, but boy, it's been a long time since. It's like trying to watch what we were talking about the other night. Being a kid and trying to watch porn on the old scrambled channels and sitting there like 4 hours to catch a glimpse of like a left boob for 2 seconds. And that's exactly what this process was like. Remarkably frustrating. And not your fault at all, Bill. It's just, like I got shit equipment, and tonight, for some reason, my internet is in and out, left, right, and center. Like it dropped me off the at 4 times tonight? Just dropped me right out.
YouTube has been.
Then I've got to go and I've opened up YouTube. It's fine. Yeah.
YouTube has been doing weird shit today. I mean, I've been wrenching since Christ, 12:30 or 1 o'clock today, and I mean, I not only kept losing streams and they'd go blank and I'd have to refresh. I lost the chat, and by the way, I haven't been able to see the participants in the chat all day. If I hit the menu and the 3 dots at the top and I say show me participants, see who's in the chat, it just goes blank.
No.
It's been doing that all day.
Right.
Like Julia Roberts.
Yeah, I've had that come up a couple of times too.
He's like Julia Roberts in Pretty Woman trying to shop. I have money.
Yeah, it's been weird. I mean, streamers have been complaining. The StreamYard is doing weird things. The chat's been doing weird shit. The streams have been buffering, and I've had the screen blink. That's a new one on me. A live stream just blinks. It goes black and then it comes back.
Oh, wow.
And that's happened like 8 times today.
Jeez.
So something very weird has been going on today. It's not just your stream, Bill. It's been all over the place. And I was actually, looking at 2 different streams and running an Ookla speed test just to see, is my internet shit right now? The answer was no. It was not the greatest. I mean, it was average. And I'm like, that should be more than enough to stream these 2 streams. What's going on?
At any given time, these big tech companies they're also dealing with stuff on the cyber side, like DDoS attacks and other kinds of crap. So, just like when the guy from Airplane pulled the plug on Facebook for 11 hours a couple weeks ago. Like, just kidding.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but I doubt there's some charming homosexual there just making cracking wise and going, just kidding.
Only the new Superman fans. So.
Yeah. Surge is not asking.
Zuck's up in the tower, like, guess I picked the wrong week to quit sniffing glue.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. And Surge is not offering you an espresso.
What's the Robert Stack? Robert Stack walking through the airport, and people are like, would you like to know? No, he pushes some girl in the face, and some Hare Krishnas come up to him and he fucking decks two of them, and get out of my fucking way. I love it.
Yep.
Or what's his name?
Yeah.
Mission Impossible. Peter Graves.
Peter Graves.
Have you ever seen a grown man naked, Billy?
I am serious. I am serious, and don't call me Shirley.
Yeah.
He was
Leslie
really, by the
Nielsen
way,
stole that movie.
Oh, he did.
Oh, yeah.
But Robert Graves really was skeptical of doing that because he thought it would ruin his reputation and his credibility. And he almost didn't do the movie.
Robert Hayes. Did you say Robert Hayes or Peter Graves?
No, Peter Graves. Peter Graves. He really thought that movie would destroy his career. And he was like, I don't want to do it. I don't do comedy. And they said, you'll be great. Just do it straight deadpan, and people will crack up, but you won't be doing slapstick or anything like that. Just do it absolutely straight. Just say the lines. Act as though you are the pilot of an airplane, the whole thing. And he did. He played it absolutely straight. It's absolutely hysterical. And it didn't hurt his career.
Well, that was a
fine.
staple of the Zuckers, wasn't it?
Yes.
Red Shirt, you've seen as many movies as I have. And when you go back over the Zucker brothers motif, that is one recurring thing, whether it was Airplane 1 or 2, whether it was the Leslie Nielsen Naked Gun movies, or the Police Squad TV show. What really sold it was that everybody was playing it straight, but it was just absolutely ridiculous. Did anybody watch the Police Squad TV show? There was only like 6 episodes, maybe 9.
I did. As soon as the Naked Gun came out when I was a kid, my dad totally was like, "We got to find Police Squad." He's like, "You're gonna love this."
Right.
And yeah, exactly same format. It was like the comedy was organic because everyone was playing the straight man. Like they were just like deadpan serious, but it's just like the writing was so well executed that the jokes are just like one after another. Like even though Airplane 2 wasn't the greatest sequel, like the view screen gag was Shatner when they bring him up on the comms. He's like, "Why the hell doesn't someone tell me about these things?" And he opens the door.
That's hilarious. You think you're talking on a comm link or something. He used to open the door and the guy's on the other side. William Shatner's on the other side. Right. All these buttons and these lights, and they're blinking and beeping and beeping and going nuts. Yeah. Or when he looks through the periscope and he sees the old Enterprise coming right at him.
Right. Yeah, but that's Monty Python did a lot of that. They created absurd situations, and then people played it absolutely straight.
Yeah, and then when they decided to be silly, it was gold. Like, the press is getting rowdy outside. All right, be diplomatic. Give them the lead. And they just cut to like the medieval siege footage of the boiling lead pouring off the ramparts.
Right. Yes.
The killer rabbit.
The killer rabbit. Good shot. I warned you.
Look at the bones.
Look at the bones, man.
Oh, that's classic.
Yeah, no, that's Monty Python changed in a lot of ways. Changed comedy. I mean, they were so adamant that they didn't want to do sketches that had a punchline. That one sketch ended where does it do the punchline? What punchline? There isn't one. Okay, then he goes and he finds the guy who got him into the sketch, and he goes, "What's the punchline for this bit?" Punchline? I don't think there is a punchline. What week are we on? Week 16. And then he starts laughing, and he says, "Well, what is it?" He says, "Oh, it doesn't matter now." That's it. You never do hear the punchline. He laughs at it, but nobody else gets to. And so they made a big deal. They made a big production out of there was a punchline, but they didn't use it. I mean, that's how crazy they were about that.
I'd like to buy an argument. Is that the 5-minute argument or the 20?
Oh yeah. Oh no. Is this the right place for an argument? I've told you once. When? Just now. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. Oh, wait a minute. Is this the 5-minute argument or the full half hour? That's one of my favorites. I love that sketch.
Was
The argument is contradiction.
No, it isn't.
I like the live organ donor sketch.
Oh God, yes.
It's like, I'm not a donor. Oh, then what's this?
Yeah, right.
God. Need I say more?
Yeah, but I'm using it. Whenever life gets you down, Mrs. Brown, and things seem bad or worse. What's that? That's the Galaxy song. Hang on.
Yeah, I sent some with people that are around my age. Who here remembers The Young Ones on the BBC?
That I don't.
You should be able to find all of them.
There's no doubt been a hell of a lot of great comedy, especially coming
Yeah.
out of England. Monty Python was forefront, no doubt, but they did have, for years they had shit. My mom was English, my dad Australian, so I got brought up with a lot of that stuff. When Not the 9 o'clock news came out, family members from England would send me the albums. I was like 10 years old, and I'm listening to these kind of high concept, news story items, which are all bullshit. Rowan Atkinson, if you know who he is, Blackadder.
Oh, Mr. Bean. Blackadder, Mr. Bean.
Yes.
Rat Race.
He got his start on Not the 9 o'clock news. And if you actually look at the cast list there's a shitload of like top end British talent that all got their start back when they were long haired hippie kids, being bad boys of the BBC.
And then like a generational
other
thing.
shows too that came out of BBC. Does anybody watch Bottom ever, or The Young Ones?
Well, I said The Young Ones.
They might not
Young
sound
Ones,
very
the
familiar.
young
Rick Mayhall, Adrian Edmondson. Sorry, brother, I didn't hear you.
No, I brought up The Young Ones. The Young Ones and The Young Librarians are good ones. Young Librarians is actually more recent and has some of the cast from Shaun of the Dead in it. I can drop links in the chat later for that after on Twitter. I'm pretty sure all of The Young Ones is available on YouTube because it's fallen off the BBC's scope. But another one, like when I was a little kid and my parents were, getting the humor of Monty Python and all that, you're a little kid, you don't really get everything. You're like, Black Knight got his arms chopped off. I got really into the Kids in the Hall. So.
Well, there's two British comic actors back in their early days that were definitely inspired by Monty Python, and that was Hugh Laurie and Stephen Fry. And they did a show called A Bit of Fry and Laurie, which is straight out of Python.
A couple of shows.
Yep, and then they did
Fry, Laurie, Jeeves and Wooster.
Yes, Jeeves and Wooster. Oh my God, I managed to track down the DVDs of that, the original, the first production DVDs, and oh man, that cost me some pretty penny because those have been out of, they haven't been made in years, and I got it new in the shrink wrap. I mean, I got it new in the plastic, so I know they've never been opened, and I've watched all of that. That is Hugh Laurie plays. If you're a Python fan, you've seen the Upper Class Twit of the Year contest. Hugh Laurie is an Upper Class Twit of the Year in this, and Stephen Fry is his valet. The French would call him a valet, but of course the British have to be different, so they call him a valet. And Stephen Fry, his manservant, is a genius, and Bertie Wooster is an idiot. But he's rich, and he can't say no to anybody. And so he always gets himself into trouble, and it's up to Stephen Fry's Jeeves to pull him out of it, which he does every time. It's brilliant. And it's hysterical. The first episode, he's in court. Bertie's in court. He hasn't met Jeeves yet. He's in court because he tried to steal a policeman's helmet off of his head after having drunk a lot the night before. He's in court. He's in formal dress, tuxedo style, like dinner jacket, whatever. And he is so hungover, he does not have any capability of speech. He's just And that's him for the first 5 minutes of the episode. That's all he can manage. And Jeeves arrives at his door, rings the doorbell. He thinks it's it's a brrrring doorbell, and he's like, he kills his phone. He takes his alarm clock and he puts it in the drawer and he slams the drawer, brrrring, and finally he's like, oh no, that's going to be the doorbell. He goes and bleary-eyed goes to the door. Jeeves comes in. I understand that you need the services of valets, sir. And Bugs Bunny after he's been hit on the head with an anvil or something. And Jeeves goes and makes some sort of concoction out of some ridiculous array of ingredients and says, "Drink this, sir. I'm given to understand that gentlemen find it very restoring after a long evening out." And he drinks it, and it's like, bing! He just wakes him right up, and all of a sudden he goes, "I say! It's like all of a sudden his powers of speech have been returned. It's fucking hysterical. And it just goes on from there. So if you haven't seen Jeeves and Wooster #1 is on YouTube. Look it up. This first series 1, episode 1 is on YouTube in its entirety. It is hysterical. Look it up. You will want to watch the whole 3 seasons of that.
Jedi Bill, I just sent you a playlist for the young ones on the Cotton Connection chat. So
cool.
Should see it pop up later.
Yeah.
Got to check out the young ones.
Some of these bricks explode.
You're in there twice.
That's the best echo I've ever heard. That's the best echo I've ever heard. That just keeps going and going.
Yeah.
That's the Energizer Bunny of YouTube echoes.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna have to go back and watch Blackadder all over again, man, because you got me all riled up.
I tried doing that not too long ago, and I kind of fell off it because of other things. It does hold up, but just one thing I forgot was. Oh, hang on! I think I still got YouTube open.
Oh.
Yeah, there we go. Sorry about that, fellas. My phone was way overheating, so I tried switching to this tablet to see if I get better reception. I was barely making out what Spreadshirt was saying.
I'm looking at a poll that looks like Pearhead posted. 100% will still bang Jodi Arias'. She only stabbed him 27 times and shot him a few times. Only.
The poll said who would date her? Is that what you said?
No, would bang her.
Oh, bang her. I thought you said date. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
My banger. I don't think you date that one. Well, you're definitely not spending the night, right?
No. You wouldn't dare go to sleep.
Oh, jeez.
Excuse me.
So, who's that? Joba Fett, you're the what? So you're in Korea?
Yeah.
And how are things been over there with the stuff?
Oh no, it's pretty mellow.
Yeah.
Are you north of 38 or south of 38?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you mean by mellow? Okay, we get your double speak.
Right.
Hang on, I just got to check that with the ministry before I respond.
Right, the Ministry of Truth, right?
No, I'm on the lower end of the peninsula. Where we have such amenities like freedom and food,
and electricity.
Yeah. I
Lights at night.
Yeah. You up, dude. My bad. I
Freedom.
Even asked. I wasn't thinking straight. Like, oh shit, I probably shouldn't have said anything at all.
Yeah, it's ironic. I was watching a little random video that showed up today on YouTube, and it said 5 a.m. in North Korea. It wouldn't say what city. And
okay.
I watched it. It was only like a minute and a half long, and it was done by a tourist with a hand cam. And it wasn't like all conspiratorial or anything. She was just like kind of leaning out her, I guess, apartment or hotel room, and she's looking at the street. And the first words out of her mouth is, "So it's 7 a.m. here. And look how busy it is. And I'm thinking, what the fuck? It just said 5 o'clock in the description. Okay, it's 7 a.m. now. But looking at the street, like the city looked nice, looked very clean. Not a fucking car. There was one cargo van. This is like 7 a.m. in a downtown core. And just like one lone cargo van drove down the street. And everybody else is either walking or going down to the subways. And that could have just been random chance, maybe. I mean, I don't know any big city that the traffic isn't flowing by 7 a.m. But an interesting thing I found was, and she commented on it, she said, if you hear that music, that's not coming from my apartment. They pipe this music through the whole city every morning.
Yeah, go. I think I'm allowed to say this. Look up Propaganda Village, and that'll tell you everything you need to know about that footage. So,
yeah.
So it's not too far from the DMZ. So.
Wow.
No. I have Korean friends, but I've never gone anywhere near that part of the world. So, I'm anything I get, I'm suspect to believing because I got no reason to think, why would somebody lie to me? Why would some tourist or whatever? But you never know coming out of there.
Yeah.
That being said, you could be filming in Japan and I wouldn't know the difference. I really wouldn't.
No.
But what takes you to Korea? Is it work?
Yeah.
Marriage, love, or work? Eh?
No, just work. I'm stationed out here for a year, so. Yeah.
Oh, wonderful! Oh, good for you. I heard South Korea can be beautiful, like really fun, great, super friendly people, good food. Matter of fact, I got like a dozen Korean street food videos in my goody foodie list that I've got on YouTube. Where every time I see a good recipe or some kind of interest, boy, the Korean street food is so varied and different. Yeah. Here in Toronto, you're lucky if you can get a beef hot dog or a German sausage, and that's about the end of it. They're very, scared about licensing out different types of food to to carts. To trucks is different, but carts is one thing. What's the street food like in Korea? Is it as good as it looks?
Yeah, it's really good. On the thing of street food, when I first came here, this is like my 4th time back. About 18 years ago, the street food was definitely like, hey, random various meats on sticks out of the backs of trucks and little carts and stuff like that. And it was really cool. And it was like, eat at your own risk. Sure. But the country's really cleaned up over the years and modernized a lot of that. So a lot of that is kind of gone store side in the restaurants. But I mean, same experience, just without the dysentery. So.
Right. Yeah. Well, cool. Good for you. You're doing it, brother. You're out there doing it.
No, great. You can come out here as a tourist sometime. I recommend it. It's one of the more affordable places to go. It's way cheaper than Japan. So,
yeah, sure. Really? How is kimchi? Not kimchi. Wasabi. Is that still horrifically expensive even there?
No, but I mean that's also. I mean they have Japanese food places out here, but kimchi's more the Korean thing.
Yeah. Another interesting video I saw was some parts of the different cities, they've got like the older sections, and they'll make that fermented cabbage kimchi the way they were doing it for 1,000 years in like these clay pots, and they bury them in the ground, sort of thing.
Yep. If you're a sauerkraut fan at all, then you'll probably like kimchi really easily.
Oh yeah, I love kimchi. That's great. I get out to the Korean restaurants every now and then, and to be honest, I don't have the most varied palate for Korean food. Every time I go to this place that makes the best beef bulgogi I've ever had. And if you don't know what that is, it's like a giant skillet of sizzling shaved steak mixed with onions. Oh, I could have that for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yeah, there's a very big spectrum of foods out here. I haven't hit a loss with any of them yet. So as far as taste, they've all been delicious. But yeah, if let's see, Canadian superstar up there. Do you know of Furious Pete Serwinski? He's a professional eater. He's up there in Canada too. Not saying that all Canadians know each other, but he's one of the he was one of the more prevalent YouTubers for a while. But he has a video when he did a world tour, and watch his video series when he comes by Korea. You'll see a lot of good food there too.
Yeah. Interesting. Those professional food competitions, like, on the surface, you get a good appetite going. You think, oh, I could do one of those. Then you watch one of them, and like some little kid from like Taiwan or something can scarf 98 hot dogs in less than 70 seconds, and he's dunking them in water the whole way. He's not even eating them. He's just pushing them down his fucking throat one after the other.
Yeah.
That kind of competition food eating, I'm not that interested in, but
Yeah, I think the first time I saw one of Pete's videos, he put away an entire jar of Nutella in less than 2 minutes.
Oh, my.
that's just wrong.
Mm.
Kind of makes you wonder what people from around the world think of shit like that. Like if you come from a poor country and you watch one of these eating competitions, boy, that must really make you want to kill some people after a while.
Yep, I would think so. Yeah.
So the end of the movie, it worked out okay. You boys saw everything.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It stopped buffering. It was all peachy. It's all good.
That's great.
Reset.
It was
actually, it was a little sad for me because I couldn't believe how much I was enjoying it. I haven't seen that movie since I've been about 13 years old. Really. I remember renting it and being all conspiratorial about it, like hiding the thing from my parents and having the guys over on a Friday night. We're going to watch the Texas Chainsaw, that, and we're going to watch, and it was something else. Like it was a double feature, the sort of thing that a 12 or 13-year-old kid would just go nuts for, like Scarface or something.
Yeah.
It'll be Texas Chainsaw Man, Scarface. Oh, it's gonna be the greatest night in history. And yeah, when you're 12, it is.
Yeah.
Man,
I also remember too. I mentioned before about like watching the old staticky cable channels. Like if you didn't get them, it was just like squiggly lines and shit you saw. But on the few friends I had that had things up here, I think it was called First Choice when they first came out. That was the big one. We didn't get HBO up here for like 10 years. We had our own Canadian versions, which was basically code for, it doesn't have a third the money and it kind of sucks, but you're Canadian, so you gotta pretend you like it. But they put the disclaimers up for these videos. And the video for Scarface, I'll never forget, it was the longest fucking disclaimer they ever had. We put an extreme warning for graphic scenes of nudity, violence, drug abuse, yada, yada. It just went on and on and on. Like, they got several different words for boobs and coke and shit like that.
Yeah. I can imagine. Yeah.
Covering their
I
bases.
remember my TV had UHF and VHF channels on it.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good old knobs.
Yeah, I remember those.
And UHF reception always sucked.
Oh, that's terrible.
Well, you guys remember the first cable was a big black box. It had all the buttons to press all the different networks.
Yeah.
You'd have
And
to
even
press
back,
button,
even back
button.
then, you still had wackos. The government's listening through the boxes. Like,
Yeah.
I remember when the cable started coming out here, my best buddy's dad got one of those IR wireless controls. It didn't even take batteries because you just pushed. They were like 4 buttons on the thing. One was on and off. One was channel up. One was channel down. Yep. For the life of me, I don't remember what the 4th button was. But you push it, and it didn't do anything. Then you push it really hard, it would go ka-ching, like that. And it would like generate its own little electric charge enough to send an infrared signal to the TV and say, turn the channel up. To be sitting there like an idiot, go ka-chung, 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 ka-chung. You passed hockey night and can't. Go back, ka-chung, ka-chung. Oh, fuck, no, ka-chung. Just turn that damn channel.
they just watch the knob like ka-chunga on the other side. My grandparents had like the first remote control TVs too. I think they were Zeniths. And they predated even the IR blaster. It was they were putting out an ultrasonic squeak that the TV would pick up on. You used to be able to shoot houseflies out of the air with them.
Wow.
So, an added bonus.
That's like that old Simpsons joke. Their TV's called the Radiation King or something. It's like the shit they did back in the day without testing and stuff. I see why all these people get upset about taking the jab or the needle. what they did to people 50 years ago without testing or anything like that. How many people got mercury poison because they picked up a thermometer cheap or something?
Laying with the goo, yeah.
Yeah, covered in mercury or whatever.
Wait. Speaking of houseflies, do you guys know what a bug assault is?
Yes.
Yeah, I do. I've seen the videos on YouTube.
I have, we have one. My wife,
yeah.
Mrs. Rencher bought me one for Christmas last year. She bought me the laser sight to go with it. I am death from above to flies on if they land. But what I'm like, you just said you could knock flies out of the air. I'm like, I wonder if it works for skeet shooting. The fly going past you, and you just kind of bring the thing around, point it, lead a little bit, and boom, hit it. See if you can get it.
Richard's going to find out his house is haunted. He's just going to shoot the thing down the hallway at a fly miss, and you're just going to hear a scream out of nowhere.
This house isn't old enough to be haunted.
Jack's Law writes in the comments, he says, I remember the first laser tag guys we used to use would change the neighbor's TV station.
Yes, laser tag.
It would actually change the station?
Yeah, because it wasn't a real laser. Like the laser tag ones, they had a little like a peep sight on them, and when you pulled the trigger, it put a little red dot in there, like, oh, cool, we're shooting a laser. But it was really all infrared blasters and pickups.
Yeah,
and there wasn't really a kind of a frequency range that they could hide it off of the spectrum that TVs were using. So yeah, it would totally change the channels.
Yeah, he was writing they fuck with their neighbors as kids, or I assume as kids. They could have been 30 at the time. I don't know. He doesn't say it, but so he does say so. We would fuck with them. And he says you could change the TV there from a house away. Yeah, I do remember those kids too. I remember in our family, we had it was real new age technology. Like all the kids from the block came over to see it when my old man came home. I think it was a Coleco box. My old man was big into golf, right? And he was really good at it. And every weekend as a kid, he'd go away for the whole weekend and he'd come back with a car full of shit, color TVs, 10-speed bikes strapped to every fucking week. People thought he was on the take or something, but he'd just enter all these competitions and he'd clean up. It got to the point, I remember his buddies would tell me this. They told me this at the funeral. They recanted these stories for me. We used to get together, 6 of us, and decide who needed what. Well, my daughter needs a bike. Okay, Jimmy, no matter who gets it, you get the bike. I need a TV. I'll take that second set of golf clubs or whatever. And between half a dozen guys, they just go to all these golf tournaments and clean up. So we got a big, beautiful color TV, the first people on our street to get one, like that size. And people thought, oh, we're all rich and highfalutin. Then the old man came with the brand new cable box. I even remember the smell of this thing. It came out so new. But it was one of these things, it had it was like a big brown box, maybe a foot long, 4 inches wide. And it had 3 rows of buttons. And on the right-hand side, there was a switch. You could go to the top row of buttons, the second row of buttons, or the third row of buttons. And with that, it had all the channels you want. So as a kid, I would know Flintstones are on this channel, Super Friends are on this channel, Saturday Kung Fu is on this channel, and something else. So I'd sit all day with my fingers 6 fingers pressed and ready to flick that thing the second the commercials came on, so I wouldn't even have to look. That's just how addicted to fucking television I was as a child. I'd sit there like a little machine, go ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk. Okay, that's ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk.
Well, I remember my grandpa, he also had one of the first satellite TV systems. Even though the house had regular cable, he wanted to get all of his Mexican stations and watch his luchador wrestling. And this thing, it had a box on it that I think you were punching in grids with it, to grid coordinates to get the different birds that had, because each satellite had its own handful of channels. Right. And I mean, this dish was massive. It looked like the one on top of the Millennium Falcon. Oh, and so I finally got it working when I was a teenager. It was the one bonding experience we had, because he was predominantly Spanish speaking, and I'm third generation. I don't speak a lick of it. And I got that thing working. You had like midget luchadors up on screen, and he was just tickled pink. But like you'd punch in your channel for this thing and hit acquire, and then you go look outside in the backyard, and it looks like you're calling down the other drop ship from the Sulaco.
Yeah, there goes the dish.
Bishop, how much time?
Yeah, those things, you didn't have to point the IRF gun to fuck with them. You just threw a rock at the dish, and now you're picking up Telemundo, or you're picking up, like, Cable Moscow 3CP1 or something.
Yeah.
Those dishes were awesome. They were big, huge, hulking things. And they got smaller and smaller.
Well, they were analog dishes back then. I mean, they weren't getting like the Dish TV as a digital dish. So
yeah,
it just has to. That's why they're only about 18 inches in diameter, because it's a focused. It's a fairly powerful beam, and it's all numbers. Right. So you either get it or you don't. It's like digital phones. It's like you don't have the scratchy staticky signal anymore. You either are talking to the person or you're not.
Yeah, you know how Matt Groening's always been joked about as a time traveler prophet. So you remember the Futurama episode where they cut off, they canceled the show, and like the aliens came to invade Earth because they wanted to know what happened.
Oh, right, I remember that one.
That's always been at the back of my head ever since President Obama killed the analog TV broadcasts. And somebody
there's some big space Ormond out there waiting for the last episode of I Love Lucy, and it doesn't come through, and that's what kills us. They come and wipe out the planet.
They're gonna be mad. They canceled Space Above and Beyond.
The aliens finally showed up, and they were pissed.
Those old sci-fi shows were the only thing keeping them away from the planet because they thought our tech was like millions of years ahead of theirs.
That or they were watching Twilight Zone. They're like, these fuckers are too weird.
How far back are you going? Like Space 1999 TV sci-fi shows?
Right.
I know just the other red shirt. You remember those, right?
I remember Space 1999. Oh God.
Man.
As somebody once said, Star Trek had really good science and not very good scripts. Space 1999 had really good scripts, but the science was utterly shit.
Terrible.
Oh
that
my
opening
God.
monologue, man. That opening montage was really good.
The only good thing about Space 1999 was the theme song.
Right.
No, I wouldn't say that, boys. Not at all. I thought those practical effects were wonderful for the time. The Andersons, Jerry and Sylvia
Jerry
Anderson.
Yeah,
Anderson. The same people that did shows like UFO, the precursor to Space 1999.
Yep.
They were also big with that Marionation stuff. Yep. I didn't get a lot of that, but I knew about it. Thunderbirds, shit like that,
Yeah, that was okay. That was my introduction. Was Thunderbirds. That was one of the first. That was one of the first model kits I ever built. Was Thunderbird #2, I think it was the turtle back shaped cargo ship. Yes.
Oh, okay. I got the UFO. Were you? Because when I was about that age, I got the UFO Interceptor. The one that had the big nuclear penis on the nose of the ship, and that was like, it was like the one weapon on the thing was a nuclear fucking bomb. Even as a little kid, I'm thinking like, wow, there's really no going back from that. Like it's not like you can fire a shot or it's a warning or something.
No.
Fuck you! I'll kill all of us.
Right. It's all or nothing.
What are the rules of engagement?
You don't really want to know.
But the Space 1999, that with me, it was weird because as a little kid, I was a big fan of the TV show The Fugitive. Anybody remember that? David Jansen, the black and white TV show?
Yes.
Right? He was chasing the one-armed man. Richard Kimball was his name. And the police detective chasing him was Barry Morris. Barry Morris, the only thing I remember him from, apart from a couple of British movies, was that he was the Doctor in the first year of Space 1999. And I loved it. And when they traded him out for Catherine Schnell, I was pretty young still. And I'm like, oh, she's interesting. But where's the Doctor? And they never had like, well, Doctor's off or what. They just stopped talking about him. So I remember that really perplexed the shit out of me as a kid watching this thing. Also, too, in Canada in the 70s, they'd show these things out of order all the time. So if there was a linear narrative, I didn't know about it until I was in my 30s and I rewatched the show. But Catherine Schnell, she played that sexy alien chick that could change shape.
Yeah.
Remember her?
Yep.
It was
With the weird eye
right?
makeup? Yeah, Space 1999.
Yeah. They definitely had some of the hot women on that show. I'll give them that, man.
Yeah, UFO had hot chicks, but they all had the purple hair. They all worked for that moon base or whatever. That was a recurring theme. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, too, if any of you guys remember the UFO series, the second season, then when it got scrapped, they turned that into Space 1999. And if you watch the old UFO shows in Space 1999, you instantly recognize the sets. Their shadow headquarters in London was the Moonbase Alpha like main office or whatever. Like they did very little to change the sets, I guess because of money concerns or whatever. But and if you were a fan of Mission Impossible too, how could you not love seeing Martin Landau and Barbara Bain working together? Maybe I'm going over people's heads here.
No, I remember Mission Impossible.
Oh, I didn't even make that connection.
Yeah, my mom was a big Mission Impossible, Bionic Man fan, and then later the Bionic Woman and the Bill Bixby Incredible Hulk. So
yeah.
The
Bionic.
I think
sorry, mate.
Oh, I was gonna say, I think for me, my first introduction to at least first run watch was as a kid for attractive female aliens was Diana from V.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember V. V was a good show.
Yeah.
It didn't really get its fair due though. I remember it was a big hit when it first came out. Mark Singer, I think, was in the telemovie.
Well, the miniseries.
Yeah, the miniseries. Yeah.
So V,
lizard aliens, right?
yeah.
The lizard aliens.
Fun fact about V was it actually got shot down by the network when it was first pitched, because it was actually pitched as a resurgence of the Fourth Reich, and so like, all right, well, we'll rewrite it and just make all the Nazis aliens, and they're like, okay,
Yeah.
But that's why
I can see why
the fifth columnists and the little brown shirt visitor youth brigade. So even the alien symbol right there for the visitors.
Now, I didn't know anything about that, but I did take the idea that, they just looked at historical films basically and got some of their ideas like that.
Yeah.
But I didn't know it was so closely related. Like it was originally supposed to be a resurgence of the Second World War. Has anybody seen that British show, SSGB? SS Great Britain?
No.
It's one of those alternate history things. Hitler won the Second World War. And what if he did? And what would Britain be like today? I haven't seen it. I just heard about it. I was wondering if any of you guys might have catched it.
I haven't heard of it.
SSGB. I'm not sure if it was a full television series or it was a limited series. But apparently it takes place British detective. And like the Nazis have been in power for 20 years. I think it's set in the 70s or something. And he's got to solve a series of murders or something. Sounded like an interesting premise. As a kid, I read one of those books too, where the Nazis ended up winning the Second World War or whatever, and that always stuck into my head. I know it's become a bit of a trope, but I'd still be interested to check it out.
I'll have to look that one.
Oh, I gotta go back. I gotta go back for a second to sort of the late '60s British television, because there's a composer. We talked about the theme from, I mentioned the theme from Space 1999. That's a great one. But there's another composer, and this would be the ultimate British television trivia question. What do the 1960s Avengers Wicker's World, and SpongeBob SquarePants have in common?
Patrick McGee.
Hey.
Nope. Laurie Johnson, the musical composer. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Yeah, Laurie Johnson, who composed the theme for the Avengers, also did the music on 8 episodes of SpongeBob SquarePants. I'm like, oh my god, and that's the last thing he did in IMDb, and I'm like, holy cow!
damn! I was gonna say Mumbo Wumbo.
Yeah, but yeah, his Avengers theme. That's one that I just have to, I as soon as I hear the opening bars of that, I'm like, I remember that.
It's funny, you got me
the
thinking
theme?
Space 1999. Now I can't get that theme in my head at all.
Oh, you can't get it in? I can't get it out of my damn. It's driving me nuts now.
Yeah, with the guitar. Yeah.
Oh, damn it. When you did that, I started getting the Villager theme stuck in my head. And it's not just from staring at Red Shirt's face. Red Shirt, I was actually going to ask you, did you ever read the Dark Horse comic series that was like a follow-up to the original series of the Prisoner?
I didn't read Dark Horse. I didn't read comics.
Oh, well, that's fair.
Yeah.
I'll have to.
Yeah, I know the series you're talking about. I didn't read it myself, but I was aware of it. And just Red Shirt, you might be interested. You can find it online, I think. They did a follow-up series to The Prisoner.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, just in comic book form, though.
Yeah,
but they still use Patrick McGowan's image.
Yes, they did. And they also used the what was the Welsh guy? You remember the Welsh number 2?
Leo McCarran?
Yeah, so when number 6 goes back to the village, and it's like just completely in ruins after the rocket took off, and everything's like nature's regrown over it, kind of like how Fukushima looks right now. And he runs back into number 2, and he's just like all like old and haggard, and he's got this giant, his beard's like out to his belly and stuff like that. But yeah, at the same time, I didn't read it either. I leafed through it, but it's on my list. It just popped into my head. But yeah, my dad, that was another show that my dad got me into as a kid, and we were hooked. So
The Prisoner. You know, the one cool story, well, there's a few definitely, but one of my favorite stories from The Prisoner, you know, the ball, the enforcer in the village? Rover was an accident. They had a completely different, it was supposed to be like a mechanical, it looked like a dragon or something, and it looked horrible.
They couldn't make it work.
McGowan, like they got one workable shot, and that was it, and the thing just died. Like it was fucking useless. And apparently it was Patrick McGowan that saw a weather balloon and then talked to the producers and said, how about we get something like this? And it turned out to be, I love that fucking
terrifying.
That was, and I'll say this. I mean, I was in 1968, The Prisoner first aired in the United States on CBS. And I thought for years I had dreamt it. No, I actually watched the beginning of Arrival as a 5-year-old in 1968. And I got to the scene where Rover rolls over the guy in the village square with the little and his face is pressed into the rubber, but he's screaming, and then it rolls on and he's gone, and it roars as it moves.
Yeah, that roar too.
Yeah, and it was Rover's roar that got my mom to come out of the kitchen down to the den to find out what the hell I was watching, and she ran across the room to turn the television off. I was not allowed to watch any more of The Prisoner, and I dreamt about it. But I did. And so in the 70s, I'm in junior high school, I think, PBS decided to rebroadcast it. And I'm watching this show, The Prisoner, and the minute the opening credits start, and the music, and he's driving along in his Lotus Super 7, and I'm going, I have the biggest, most intense case of deja vu I've ever had in my life. And then I'm going, he's going to go here, and then he's going to go there, and then he's going to do this. Then he's going to slam his hand down on the desk with an envelope. I'm going, how the hell do I know this? And I'm going, how do I know this? And finally, it was years later. It was only a couple of years ago when Az and Robert Meyer Burnett did their series on The Prisoner. I went, wait a minute. When did The Prisoner first air in the United States? And I looked it up, and I found it on IMDb. And sure enough, June 1st, 1968. I said, I was 5. I watched it. Holy shit, I actually watched it. So it wasn't a dream. I wasn't having deja vu. I did see the beginning of it, and I've been a fan of it ever since. I mean, I love that show, which is why
it
it's
is
my
a great
icon.
show. The set designer on it. Sorry to interrupt, buddy. I just want to ask because Western really seems to know his prisoner lore. Am I mistaken? But the guy that did most of the set design specifically for number 2's office, the computer room, and there was something else. I heard he was also the same guy that worked on James Bond and Peter Sellers' the bomb movie. Oh, fuck me, this is embarrassing.
The bomb
Peter
movie?
Sellers, who else was in it? Slim Pickens. Yeehaw!
Dr. Strangelove.
Dr. Strangelove, thank you. Same guy that did the War Room in Dr. Strangelove was the same guy that worked on The Prisoner.
I sure as hell wouldn't be surprised if you look at the two movies.
Yeah,
or you look at the movie and the television series. Yeah.
Very striking visual styles, definitely.
Yes.
Sorry, Joba, I didn't mean to interrupt you, buddy. What were you going to say?
Oh, no, you're good, brother.
Stone Cold Jeremy. Stone Cold Jeremy in the house.
Stone Cold Jay.
Hey, Stone Cold.
Hey, Stone Cold.
No, it was just so my dad as well had seen Prisoner first run when it came out in the States in '68, and unfortunately, something happened to where the last episode never aired. So fast forward like 35 years, and there I am in high school, and I managed to get my hands on the show, and we finally got to sit down and watch the end of the series. And he was so mad that Patrick McGowan was still in the village even after going through that great escape.
He went home.
40-year spoilers warning.
I actually pulled the earphones out of my head because I'm watching it slowly, and I'm right up to the Western episode. And I'm amazed at how much I've forgotten as a kid going through the series. But I'm up to the Western episode, and just for a bit of trivia, he isn't in most of the Western episode. Do you know why? I will tell you. He was off filming with Rock Hudson and Ernest Borgnine, Ice Station Zebra.
Yes, Ice Station Zebra. And that episode, by the way, was banned in the United States when it was dropped by CBS on the first run.
Oh.
Because it was considered anti-war, and it was during the Vietnam War.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that makes sense. Sure.
But yeah, and by the way, just so you know, that last episode was so bizarre. You think your dad was upset? I mean, he does in fact go home. Everybody gets to leave the village, but under circumstances that make absolutely no sense. The second to last episode makes more sense than the final episode. And in Fallout, the final episode, the public the British public that had been watching the series, following it for all of the 16 weeks so far, watched the final episode, and the backlash was so severe that Patrick McGowan had to pull his children out of school.
Oh God.
And essentially sequester his family in hiding to protect them, because the public was absolutely irate at that final episode. It is so surreal. And it is so
pitchforks.
Yeah, they basically brought out the torches and pitchforks, and it was, they were pissed. They wanted a clean, understandable ending, and he gave them the most bizarre exposition that any show has ever had. And by the way, he kept the entire cast and crew guessing as to who number one would turn out to be, right up until the point where they filmed it.
All right.
He wouldn't tell anybody. And so that ending was, to say that was controversial is an understatement.
They just don't make them like that anymore.
The rotating cast of number twos they had on that show, they did have some solid number twos, some good foils for him. But I think most people would agree, hands down, Leo McCarran, the gentleman, would be the one most people identify as number two. Like when I stop and think about the series, he's the guy I think. Yes, there were a couple of women number two that were quite good. They were. But Leo McCarran just had that kind of smug, calculating, intelligent, but friendly charm to him. You know?
Oh yeah, he was always charming. Oh yes, oh boy, it's good. Okay, no problem. And it's like, yeah, I know you're the enemy. McCurd, if you remember, had long hair.
Right.
Through both of the two episodes that he did as number two. When he reappears in the final episode, Fallout, they bring him up as a prisoner. You know, he's now, I mean, he's supposed to have died, essentially, in the previous episode. Somehow they've resurrected him. He comes up as, you know, subject to judgment by number 6, and he has a buzz cut. That wasn't in the script. He was acting in a war movie, and he was playing a soldier. So his hair was cut. His hair was cut that short because he was in a movie at the time playing a soldier. So he'd cut all that long hair off that he had when he played number 2 previously in the series. Yeah, that just had to do with the fact that he was doing other work.
Yeah, but sorry, Red, I think we might have a slight disconnect. Leo McCarran was in his 40s at least when he did this show.
Yeah.
And he was playing a soldier in a movie?
He was playing a soldier in a movie. I mean,
probably an officer, I guess.
I'm quite sure, but yeah, apparently that was the story that I heard that was what I read in a book I bought about the prisoner. Okay, so now I'm subject to the accuracy of this book, but I'd have to look it up. Okay, all right, tell you what, 1968 is when it actually finished filming. So let me look on IMDb and see what Leo McCarran was doing around 1968 besides The Prisoner. Give me a second. I'm going to do some quick research here.
I'm already on there. I think I got the right. Was he an Australian actor?
Leo McCarran? I thought he was British, but he could have been Australian. Sure.
I got a guy.
He was Australian. It says although he sounded very British, Leo McCarran was on Australian. He did Rumpole of the Bailey, so I know I have the right guy.
Yeah, he was on The Prisoner, 67 to 68.
Yeah. Let's see. Prisoner 67, 68. Assignment K, he was Smith. 1968. That might be. Let me just get that in a new tab. 68, he also did Contrast, TV series narrator. Now he wouldn't have had his hair shaved for that. High Commissioner Flannery, uncredited. Decline and Fall of a Bird Watcher. Captain Grimes might be. That would be pretty much the other one. So Assignment K, a British agent posing as executive of a toy company, tangles in these. Nah. Blunders through a series of bizarre adventures, which is considered always innocent. Others don't think so. No, they don't have short hair in that either. Not sure.
Like it could have been something that got released in 70 even. Because sometimes, they need time to, do their prep or whatever, finish up the movie. They can finish principal photography, but they still got more work to do.
Right. That could be. But yeah, apparently that haircut was not because he was a prisoner. He was not, a captive or a prisoner in the show. That was from elsewhere. That was for some other reason. That was what I read. But yeah, he was the number 2. He was the definitive number 2, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. But yeah, the rotating cast of number 2s did make it a little confusing as a young person trying to follow, but as an adult, you get it. Like, these people are either being promoted or erased, sort of thing, as they go, depending on, how they did their last job. when you were talking a few minutes ago, Redshirt, about things that stuck with you and how The Prisoner stuck with you as a child and you'd forgotten seeing it. And it's funny because I was having a very similar conversation only a month or two ago with a dear friend. We're talking about the British actor Oliver Reed. You know Oliver Reed?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Wonderful, wonderful actor. But truthfully, and I'm a bit of a movie buff. Like, I love film, I love cinema, I love television too. But for decades, literally decades, I had an almost visceral reaction whenever I saw Oliver Reed. And I'd see him in movies over the years, and I'd have the same, oh, this fucking guy. And at the end of seeing what he's done, I'd think, hey, he's not so bad. Why do I hate this guy so much? And I couldn't put my finger on it. He died in Gladiator, and I still didn't know.
I wasn't going to say anything. He died in Gladiator,
Yes.
Yeah, maybe 5 years ago, 6, 7 years ago tops, Turner Classic Movies is playing Oliver Twist. Or Oliver, rather. Oliver, the musical.
Yes. The musical,
that's the musical version. I hadn't seen that since I was a child. And I thought, oh, okay, I'll give this a shot. Sure, why not? And I'm like, oh, and then I see Oliver Reed in it. I thought, oh, this fucking guy again. And I have that same reaction. Well, here's the thing. I figured out why I hate him so much. Because in that, and it took me right back to being like 5 years old, sitting in front of the TV and just like absolutely my mouth agape in disbelief. He brutally murders his girlfriend for basic convenience.
Yep.
Right? Just to buy himself a few minutes running time. He murders this chick that just loved him. And as a kid, my brain just rejected that. Like, how could you do what a fucking... And as a kid, I blocked it all out. It's weird. But watching this movie 5-6 years ago, whoosh, I was 5 years old sitting on the floor in my living room again, watching it go, what the fuck? How could you do this? And it took me all back. And somehow I just instantly forgave him. He was an actor. He's not an evil person. He was just acting in a role. Oh my God, yeah. So I've always felt bad. I've shit all over Oliver Reed my whole life for no good reason, other than he terrified me as a child for just his absolutely wanton and surprising attack on this young woman.
Yeah.
So it's weird what sticks with you.
Yeah, and he did an amazing job as Bill Sykes in that musical. And I played Fagin. And I played Fagin. And I mean when I was told, Fagin is scared of Bill Sykes. Mm-hmm. And I was early in college when I played the part. Hang on, I've actually got a picture here. Let me open this up. I got a picture of me. This is a framed photograph, so it's going to look.
I had no idea we had a thespian in our midst. Yeah. Bill, I said thespian.
No. I had the full course. I had the full course of treatment. All right, here we go. And then I got to share this. So share screen.
Well, so I'm sure if that's the case, he'll get a leading role now. No problem.
So, yeah, that's as big as I can get.
Oh, wow. Look at the makeup on you.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's makeup. Maybe you have a hook nose.
Yeah.
And
No.
You had a receding hairline.
I have less hair than that now, but that was a half bald wig when I wore it. And they put on, I said, I could have grown the damn beard if you told me I should have one. They put on the beard, mustache, eyebrows, the half bald wig, and I had to crouch. I had to hunt. You see, hunched over. I had to hunch over, so because I'm 5'11", and
well, you're playing with children mostly, right?
And of course, I'm playing with children. Yes, and so and I told the kids, I said, "Okay, kids, come here." One of the rehearsals, I said, "Look, I'm not a nice person in this play, right? You know that." And they go, yeah. I go, and you're not nice kids, right? Yeah. So you're going to try and do things. But if you do something and I notice while we're on stage, I'm going to smack you. You understand? Really? And they go, yeah, because
abuse.
That's what my character would do. That's what you guys would expect. You know to stay out of arm's reach if you're trying to pull something. Okay, well, only one kid managed to do something stupid on stage in a performance within arm's reach of me, and he got a backhand across the arm. And he looked at me, and I turned around and glared at him like, "Don't you dare say a word." And he was like, and he just shrank. And after we were done with the scene, I said, "That was awesome. You were great." He's like, "I was." But yeah.
Oh, so thanks. Now I feel bad for calling the cops on you, but thank you for the compliment.
But it was, it was all arranged. It was like, and they all tried to, they all thought they were really slick. They were gonna pull this. I'm like, you guys are all pickpockets and thieves, and that's the character you're playing. You gotta be little miscreants. You gotta be the problem child in class. That's who you are. And we had a great time. We had a wonderful time in that musical, because by the time it was done, they would have followed me anywhere, because I was, God help me, I turned into Fagin for the purposes of this musical.
Richard,
I had a whole bunch of kids.
Do you still have your IMDb open?
Well, I can.
Okay, no big deal. I was only going to ask if you knew the name of the actor who played Fagin in Oliver.
Ron
Moody. Ron
Moody. Yes.
Yes, that's it. He was excellent. This is
was
very, very rare I ever say this. Alec Guinness played Fagin in Oliver Twist, not the musical.
Right. The play.
Ron Moody was actually better. I love Alec Guinness, but Ron Moody just owned that character. If you ever get to see the Alec... Sorry, mate?
No, go ahead. Finish it.
I was just going to say, if you get the chance to see Oliver Twist, the older one, and again, Alec Guinness is one of those actors that, I don't know why, boys, but, it seems history is forgetting this guy, and it really pisses me off. He has done so many amazing, wonderful, fantastic, even simple little films. Going back to films like Kind Hearts and Cornets, where he played 7 different characters.
Yep. Maybe Bill should do a showing of Murder by Death then, where he plays the.
Oh, I'm there. I'm there.
Well, let's see. Is it public domain?
Either
we should get. We'll get a hold of it. We'll throw it up. Why not? Why not?
Sure it is.
Yeah.
Well, but I just want. Go ahead.
No, sorry, man. I was just going to finish that thought, but it's okay.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to go on about Alec Guinness for another minute about what a great guy he is, what a great actor, and how people just look at him and think Star Wars, and maybe if they stretch their memory, they'll say Lawrence of Arabia. Few people remember Bridge on the River Kwai, Dr. Zhivago, The Man in the White Suit, Our Man in Havana. Tunes of Glory. Have you ever seen Tunes of Glory? One of his best roles. That is really worth looking up. Tunes of Glory. He plays a colonel in the British Army. He's a Scot, but he's in the British Army at the end of the Second World War. And this when things they're already out of Germany, they're back in England, and people are being dismissed from the service because they don't need them anymore. But he's a career officer. And for 5 years, I think it was, his commander died in the field, and he was given just in absentia the leadership of this outfit of men. I don't think it was a platoon; it's bigger than a platoon. And he gets a call one day saying, "Oh, hey, great news! We got your replacement coming. You're going to be a subordinate." And this really sticks in his craw. He's been running the show for 5 fucking years. Everybody loves him. But they're all hard-nosed. He's a bit of a prick asshole. He had a real shocking red hair dye job for this movie. He was fantastic in it. You watch that, you watch Star Wars, you can see, if it's just a picture, you see it's the same guy, but the way they act, the way they behave, completely different people. He was a wonderful, wonderful actor. And he's one of those people that, I say, you like Star Wars, you like Obi-Wan Kenobi, well, watch this, and watch this. There's so much more to this guy than you know. Don't tell me that you wasted ticket money on going to see Midsummer fuck you. You could have watched great movies at home.
See also Range.
Yeah.
Well,
One
that's my rant for tonight.
That's all right. One thing Ron Moody did as Fagin, and I did my best to do, and I was lucky. We had what we did in my high school in the musicals was we didn't have understudies. We had 2 casts, and we alternated. Right. So if somebody came down with laryngitis, or was in a car accident, or fell off their bicycle and broke something, and they couldn't do the show, the other cast member would come in and be assigned, okay, you're going to do the rest of the production. You're going to do the rest of the shows. And so we had 2 Olivers, and one of them was a kid whose father had emigrated from England, and he had been born here. He was like 11, and his dad had been born in England, and his dad was an amateur linguist. And this is the guy who once said to me, if I hear a British accent, I can tell you, if it's a London accent, I can tell you where they grew up in London within about 5 blocks.
Right. And that was like a plot device in not My Fair Lady. Or yeah, it was My Fair Lady, wasn't it?
Was right. Yes, My Fair Lady. So I said, okay. He said, well, okay, you're doing Fagin. If you'd like, I'd be happy to try and help, sort of coach you on the accent. I said, I'd love it. So I already knew how to do a Yiddish accent because I had listened to Jackie Mason. So Jackie Mason, I got the Yiddish accent here all set and ready to go. No problem.
Did you learn that from those Aardvark commercial or Aardvark cartoons he did?
That actually wasn't Jackie Mason. The Aardvark was another mimic. Was another comedian.
Anteater.
The Anteater was another comedian. Yeah, it wasn't Jackie Mason.
No, you're making that up.
No, I'm not. No, it sounds like that. It's not him. I thought that too for years, and then I looked it up on IMDb and went, just like you gotta be shitting me. Who the hell is this guy? Anyway, so he's like, it's like, okay, can you do a Cockney accent? And I said, I did my best Cockney accent. It wasn't very good. He said, no, it needs to be a little more of this, a little more of that. And, say it this way, say it this way. And he'd start talking Cockney, and I started following him and repeating it back to him. So now I've got Cockney and I've got Yiddish. Now all I got to do, and this is the bitch, you got to put them together.
Yuckney.
And you got to do a little of this and a little of that. And so what came out was, I'm reviewing the situation. Can a fella be a villain all his life? All the trials and tribulations. Better settle down and get myself a wife. That was my combination of Yiddish and Cockney.
Oh, that's very good. Very good. Very well done, brother. Very well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love that.
But I had more fun with that part than any other part I ever played in a musical. And the songs were great. And I'm reviewing the situation is cool because the traveler curtain, the black curtain behind the main curtain, is closed because the stage crew has to do a scene change while the song is performed. So I have the whole stage alone. The orchestra plays the song, and I sang that to the audience. And talk about, this is your moment, man. Make the most of it. I didn't have the chorus. I didn't have anybody else on stage. It was me, the orchestra, and the audience. And oh my God, that's such a great song. And I am still rehearsing that to do sometime in karaoke. I am going to do that song in karaoke.
We gotta get on and do that with Jedi Bill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about having a Wednesday night karaoke.
I gotta get a microphone. I need another week. In another week, I'm ordering a microphone and a boom. When I get the microphone set up and it works, I'll be doing karaoke again. I hate these headsets.
All right.
I hate the headsets.
Cool. Yeah.
I've been telling Bill since I met him, my speaking voice sounds exactly like Dean fucking Martin, but you can't tell because of this cheap $2 fucking headset and microphone I got. Honest, guys. Honest.
No,
and it's my computer that's fucked up. Otherwise, I'd look just like Brad Pitt instead of this amorphous black blob with 2 eyes and lips. But yes, that is.
No, you should really just change your picture to the Red Ant Charlie from the Anteater cartoon.
Yes.
John Benner was imitating him, imitating Dean Martin. He voiced them both, apparently.
Huh?
John
I think I
Benner.
missed that, to be honest with you. I don't know the reference.
The ant and the anteater.
Oh, sorry, my earphones went out a second. I didn't hear anteater at all.
Oh, okay, yeah. But yeah, if you're bringing up Dean Martin, then apparently John Benner also voiced the red ant who was imitating Dean Martin.
John Biner,
the
Canadian.
Yes.
He did Bizarre in the 70s and early 80s, that TV show Bizarre. That was a great show, but it's so hard to find that in reruns. That was one of those, like, you could only do it in the early 80s, late 70s. It was so politically incorrect all the time. I swear he had at least 4 different blackface characters in that. And, well, maybe not John Biner, but I do remember that sort of shit went on. And it was never malicious. It was never done, in hate or anything. It was always done to make the guy look stupid or something. But, very, very funny, very talented comedian, John Biner, Canadian guy. That's why I know him, because he's a Canuck.
They make you study it in school.
Because he's a Canuck.
Yeah. No, seriously, they'll take away your passport for the least things. If you don't know Bruno Gerussi's full name, if you can't remember the theme to the Beachcombers, shit like that, they won't let you leave the country. They're tough up here.
Wow.
So
absolutely met with dead silence. There are no Canadians here. That would make Canadians laugh, but to Americans, they just think, "Wow, you poor idiot Canadians."
Well, when Strange Brew came out, how did that get received?
Oh, Strange Brew, no problem. We had a hoser parade up here before Strange Brew. No shit. Like 20,000 people came out in toques and lumberjackets, drinking beer on the streets, just marching up and down Yonge Street, which is like the main street in Toronto. And that was good fun. The movie Strange Brew, I love that movie. I know it's a little corny and stuff, but it is great.
That's what it was.
That's what it was. The whole thing. Mel Blanc did the voice of Bob and Doug's dad. Yeah.
No idea how they got him for that.
Nice.
Like
what? How the hell do you know this, man?
I'm a movie guy. What can I say?
Yeah.
Max von Sydow, the famous Swedish actor who sadly left us too far, and tragically his last role was in that horrible fucking Star Wars movie.
Yep.
The least horrible of the 3 sequels, granted, but still. Like, you have Max von Sydow and you kill him off in the first 5 minutes. There's something wrong with the way your fucking brain works. I was really expecting him to be like, oh, wow, Max von... When I saw him, I was like, wow, like, I instantly had respect for this production. That's like, telling me they reanimated Alec Guinness or something. Okay, they brought in a real good actor to help these, younger actors. Nope, they kill him off in 2 minutes.
Yeah, it was pretty... Oh, well, that was certainly a thing that just happened.
Yeah. I can't tell you how many times I shook my head over that fucking... What a waste of opportunity. Still, that's an argument that everybody's had 1,000 times. I know.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just fits with everything. We won't get into all that, but that's what they do. They just killing off the old. Yeah. That's all they're doing. That's it. Even the actors, the characters, and that's the way they want to do things. So
it's like I liken it to somebody that was bullied as a kid, and the bully came over and kicked their sandcastle. But when they grew up and got all strong or in positions of power, rather than going back to get revenge on the bully, they went over to the bully's kids and they kicked their sandcastle over and completely didn't learn their lesson.
Yeah. Yeah. What can you say, boys? Like, I've never seen such gross mismanagement of something in the entertainment industry that I actually care about.
Yeah.
I couldn't give a fuck. Star Hunter, The Legend of Jared Sin didn't do too well. I saw it in the theater. Star Hunter, Adventures in the Forbidden Zone. Oh. Remember that one?
Yeah.
Molly Ringwald came in 3D. It was a horrible fucking movie, but it was a fun, horrible movie. None of those Star Wars movies were fun, horrible movies.
That's the third time she's been mentioned tonight. What the hell's going on with Molly Ringwald? You know what? Hey, boys, watch IMDb or watch. Inadvertently, that's like the third time.
I'm actually touching I'm actually touching wood as I say this, but boys, read the papers tomorrow just in case, 80s actress Molly Ringwald disappears in a plane over Havana or something like that. Like, Jesus Christ. That's why we were talking about it so much. Some kind of psychic awareness of Molly Ringwald.
Oh no, it'd be even creepier if the plane disappears over Ottawa.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it. I don't get the joke, but sure. Ottawa, why not?
All right.
Molly Ringwald has a connection, Ottawa? Sorry, I'm not trying to shit on your joke. I didn't get it. Honestly, didn't get it.
Oh, no worries. You'll probably get it in a week or so.
All right.
Rim shot, Maestro, please.
Oh, the guy's dead.
Did you hear the?
I told you we needed to feed him.
Did you hear the actress Katie Seagal was in a car accident? She got hit by a car.
Who?
Katie Seagal.
Katie Seagal, really?
Yeah. She was hit by a car.
Oh, gosh, I hope she's okay. I always liked her. Her and Cassandra Peterson are really good friends. Bill, I think in honor you should do an Elvira break.
An Elvira break? What do you guys say? You guys want an Elvira break?
Elvira break.
Elvira break.
We're all guys here. What are we going to say? No?
Yeah. Yeah, bear shit in the woods, I guess.
I think even Yvette Duvall likes those Elvira breaks. Throw it on.
All right, here we go. Boobies! Boobies! Nice boobies.
Boobs.
I love boobies. Yes, I do. I love boobies, especially too.
I like boobs a
Oh,
lot.
work
I like
it.
boobs a lot. Yes, I like boobs a lot.
Yay! Elvira's boobs. Yay!
Nice.
That never gets old. I like Dave's icon.
Yeah, that's a Japanese anime. It's a show called Space Dandy. Somebody brought that
Space
up the other
Dandy.
Yeah, somebody else brought it up on a different stream, and I was kind of shocked because I had just run across it accidentally. But this guy travels the universe, but he loves going to boobies. It's like a knockoff of
Hooters.
What are we? Hooters.
Hooters.
Yeah. And
Nice.
Yeah, anime is full of the lookalikes like McDonald's.
yeah,
or
yeah, they love that. They love it. No, they
Beppis.
love their boobs there too.
No.
Red shirt, buddy. You got to get that
Hey.
growth on your shoulder checked.
You recognize this guy? You were just talking about anime. This is the first anime I've ever seen.
That's no, I don't
Princess Mononoke. This is one of the tree spirits.
Oh, yeah.
One of the Ghibli's.
Yes.
Right.
Movies, yeah.
Yeah. So I've just
You're
I
not
just said,
Well, Mononoke is one of those ones that is like insanely popular that I never really watched. I've got Star Blazers here, the original Star Blazers. I don't know if you guys remember that.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I can honestly
Was that the-
I can honestly recommend Princess Mononoke. I am a from back when you said Mel Blanc, I'm like, yeah, that name rings a bell. I am a huge fan of the classic era, golden age, I'd call it, of American animation, 30s, 40s, 50s. And they did a shot in this anime that is either was simulated in computer animation or was in fact a multiplane camera shot, which Walt Disney made famous. because it's a great big, it's a monster of a thing with multiple layers where you can put parts of background, foreground, and you can move them up towards the camera at different speeds to give the illusion that the stuff that's farther away appears to move towards the camera more slowly, and the stuff that's infinitely far away, like the moon, doesn't move towards the camera at all. And it gives you the illusion of moving forward through a scene. They did that for one shot, and the minute I saw it, I backed it up and I looked at it again, and I'm literally like 3 feet from the television, back and forth, looking at what's moving where, does it look right? Because I'm like, this is a fucking multiplane camera shot. This is Walt Disney feature quality animation. They haven't done this stuff since 1950. So,
or not in this country,
exactly. Disney hasn't done this stuff since the 50s. So I was like, holy crap! Yes, this is really good in terms of a production, and the backgrounds are absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
That same guy, really, go if you love Princess Mononoke, don't hesitate. He's done a slew of top-line films. Porco Rosso is an odd film. If you get the English version, Michael Keaton plays Porco Rosso. There's a couple other relatively well-known people in it. I can't remember. But he's actually really good in this role. He's like this grumpy pig man that was cursed to be a pig man, and they live in this weird era. It seems like it's set just after the First World War with the technology, but it's with all these gorgeous like triplanes and shit like that area. But very well done, real exceptionally well done. But yeah, Studio Ghibli. It sounds like Joba can tell you about it too. He seems to know his anime. That Miyazaki really is. Yeah, Miyazaki really, he's earned his reputation. The guy is special. Very special.
If you want to see another one of those good like multi-plane shots, pick up a copy of Nausicaa Valley of the Winds. And there's one where he does use a lot of sliding. It's not a multi-plane, but it's more of a sliding painted background layers that I guess are on a glass mat because it's for a giant creature off in the distance, but he's sliding them back and forth to create the illusion of movement. So you're like, it's kind of screwing with your brain because normally with anime, you see like you'll have a painted background and you have a static figure and they're just like moving the eyes and, maybe an arm gesture here or there to save time and budget. But this was just like the whole background creature is just like moving back and forth. And it's going to tickle your brain. So pick that one up.
Yeah. Too. Okay. Because that's actually one of for me, that's the dividing line in Western animation between the golden era and the 70s is full animation because they can't afford to do it anymore becomes partial animation. Whereas you said there's a static character and the animators are drawing the eyes in one arm and the mouth.
Yeah,
and the rest of the character is painted onto the background, and then they switch backgrounds with a new character painted on because he's moved, and that's the thing that that's when my interest in animation started to drop off, because that was when cartoons made to sell to a movie theater to show before a feature film, which is what the classic ones were, became cartoons made for children to watch on Saturday mornings.
Yeah.
And they couldn't make any money on Saturday morning cartoons because nobody would pay them. I mean, the advertisers weren't, they weren't paying the studios. So the studios had to go El Cheapo, and that's where partial animation came from. And that's part of my problem with anime, as it has been. And the reason I really liked Princess Mononoke was, yes, there is some partial animation in there, but there's also some full animation, and the layouts, i.e. the backgrounds, and the production are absolutely stunning. And I was like, okay, now I'm not distracted from the story by being pissed off about how half-assed the animation, how half-assed the animation is.
That's another one. I know
Yeah.
my dad I keep bringing my dad up, but it's another reason, like you, why he doesn't like anime is because of the shortcuts that are taken. When we look at stuff growing up together, watching like Popeye the Sailor meets Alibaba's 40 Thieves from 1937, Max Fleischer, and you see they're doing Popeye's doing a walk cycle, but in the background you have this almost claymation modeled background moving in parallax, and you could see the amount of potential that the medium had, and then it kind of rotted away over time, especially not the crap on Hanna-Barbera, but with the background on a roll to repeat it, just to get things done.
Right.
So Studio Ghibli, you'll see they were always, I think they were just innovators pushing the way through the years, especially once the transition from cell painted animation went digital, and in that time span there was a lot of fall off in quality because it was cheap, it was easy, didn't look the greatest, but they actually went and they released their animation software. It's called OpenToon. They released it a couple of years back to the public, open source, and it's just amazing what they managed to do when they took the concept of digital is going to make this easier, but they didn't in any way try and cheapen their look by doing it.
Right. Well, that's what Pixar
Do you guys know of Eighth Man DVD on YouTube?
No.
What is it?
It's the number 8 TH Man DVD. If you got 5 minutes to kill and you love that old anime, this guy has probably YouTube's largest collection. He's got all the Max Fleischer Popeyes. He's got all the Supermans.
Yeah, and
remember the Supermans from like the 40s?
The Fleischer ones.
He's
like
even got the Max and Dave Fleischer ones.
Yeah.
Eighth Man DVD. It's a fucking treasure trove of
I
old school. The old black and white part. You said Alibaba and the 40, the Popeyes, Alibaba and the 40 Thieves. Yep. That was one of the first ones I watched when I stumbled on his channel.
He's got the Sinbad the Sailor one.
He's got all the Supermans in order.
Wow.
Even Japatours, which is a tough one to find because that one today is considered kind of racist because of the way they drew the Japanese folks.
Yeah, that'll lead into the World War II. They were World War II training videos, actually. That were done by Warner Brothers and voiced by Mel Blanc, and a lot of them. Those are out there. So
what was the name of the character they had? Snafu, I think, was
Private Snafu.
Army cartoon. Private Snafu. Yeah.
Yep, those are training films. Snafu. I have a number of those. I've seen a number. I have the complete Golden Jubilee collection that's on DVD. And the 6th collection I've just got not long ago has propaganda cartoons on it from World War II.
Yeah.
And one of them is called, I'm going to put it in the private chat because it's difficult for me to pronounce this and get you to understand it. So let me put this in the private chat. I'll put the title in, and then I'll say it. It's Hair Meets Hair.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
I've seen that.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah. That's the first time that Bugs comes out of the ground and says, "Yeah, I knew I should have taken a left turn at Albuquerque." That's the first time he says that, and that cartoon has never been shown on a Saturday morning. That cartoon was memory hold.
No,
it was memory hold after World War II. Yeah. But and by the way, if you're a fan of the cartoon What's Opera Doc, where Bugs is killed a rabbit, okay, he does a prototype of that exact bit with Hermann Goering in Hair Meets Hair. He plays Brunhilde, and Hermann Goering is smitten with him, and it's hysterical.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's funny, and it's it was a really good caricature of Hermann Goering if you've ever seen pictures of the man. So I mean, as a propaganda cartoon, it's absolutely priceless. And if you bought nothing else from the Golden Jubilee collection, buy the first one that's mostly the Bugs Bunny cartoons, and buy the sixth one, which is the wartime propaganda
Yeah, the wartime
and other
ones were
cartoons.
great.
Oh my God, yes. As far as the collection.
Yeah, I was like, at the very least, you got to see Daffy the Commando, because I've always been more of a Daffy fan than Bugs, because while Bugs was screwing around on the airfield with gremlins, Daffy was parachuting behind enemy lines in Germany.
Yes. Yeah. Well, Chuck Jones, I read Chuck Jones's memoirs and Chuck Amuck, and he said one of the things he did say was that Bugs Bunny is what we all aspire to be, and Daffy is what we all really are.
That's a good one.
Daffy's the guy who always thinks Daffy is the star of Big Trouble in Little China. Thinks he's the hero. He's actually the comic relief.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he was. Him and Porky were paving the way until Bugs and Elmer came along, and then they just kind of recycled. They actually recycled some old stories that were Bugs and Daffy, and Elmer and Bugs, or that were they were Daffy and Porky, and they
Daffy and Porky,
Elmer and Bugs. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, Bugs Bunny was special because Bugs Bunny, in literary terms, so I'm told by my friends who actually did not sleep through high school English, Bugs Bunny is a comic hero. And a comic hero can't lose.
Right.
He just can't. It just destroys the character. Now, there are cartoons where Bugs is bested. The Three Bears is one of them. Tell me more about my eyes. And he runs screaming into the hills. Ah! But that's one of the few times Bugs ends the cartoon, like, I'm out of here. But yeah, Bugs is a comic hero. So he's supposed to be invincible, which is why there were very few characters that could go up against Bugs. And Daffy was the one who did the most, because Daffy was absolutely, positively convinced he could beat Bugs no matter what. Yeah. He never did, but he was sure of it, and it comes across. So he was the perfect foil for Bugs.
Yeah.
It's funny. I don't know if it's because I grew up Canadian and I'm not trying to be too much information guy, or if I grew up in a house with parents that fought a lot and were pretty vicious. But I would bury myself in a lot of cartoons. And it's funny, Bugs Bunny and Daffy and Popeye and Bluto. I love those cartoons, but I never loved them more when those two guys would get together and then unite to go defeat an enemy. Like when Bugs and Daffy would join forces to defeat Elmer Fudd or something. Or Popeye and Bluto would join forces and realize the Japanese are really the enemy, and then the two of them would just start, hauling ass and start knocking guys left, right, and center. I had a discussion the other day with a guy, and he was telling me, he was a younger guy, nice kid. I'm trying to remember his name. I didn't meet him on YouTube. I know him in life. And he was telling me about, we're talking about anime, and he goes, "Oh, do you watch One Punch Man?" And I'm like, well, I don't really watch any of the new stuff now. It's a bit old, but I'm familiar with who he is. Like, One Punch Man, he's great. And he was starting to tell me about One Punch Man. And I think he said something like, he brought up another guy, Goku. And he was like testing my knowledge on all these things. And I dimly know who this guy is. And I go, didn't I read somewhere like somebody said that Goku or One Punch Man could take Superman? Oh, they can take Superman in 2 seconds. Oh, you don't understand how powerful. You don't understand how powerful. And I'm like, well, yeah, that's it. And he's telling me about One Punch Man, what he could do, and how he could knock the Hulk into space if he wanted to. Right? Nobody could beat one. I said, well, that only holds true in One Punch Man's universe. And he goes, what do you mean? I said, well, if you take One Punch Man and put him in a Superman comic, he'd still kick. I said, no, he wouldn't, because it's not being written by Superman. Popeye, in Popeye's universe, is the most powerful creature. Popeye could take Superman. And people say, how? Well, Popeye is the only character I know who, through sheer force of will and physical might, can change the molecular structure of things he punches. Old Popeye cartoons, he wanted to go fishing. He'd throw up a 200-pound rusty anchor, punch it, and it became a pile of fish hooks. Yeah. He'd put those on a tree and throw that into the lake, and then he had 50 fish, Popeye would do these things. He wanted to get across a line. He'd punch a bunch of steel girders, and it would make a bridge for him. Popeye in his own universe is the most powerful. Superman in his own universe is the most powerful, like One Punch Man.
You know,
And this kid, he wasn't too happy with my summation, but he had to admit, okay, maybe in his universe, Popeye is the toughest guy. Well, that's just how it is.
Yeah.
One way to win that argument, you already won that argument with that example. And true to One Punch Man's character, if you threw him into Superman's universe, he would actually be happy to lose to Superman, because that's the running gag through One Punch Man, is because he's so invincible. He's just incredibly bored. He's begging for a loss, you know.
It's actually, he's funny. From what little I know, I'm more interested in seeing One Punch Man for that. Look, Superman gets the grandfathered in pass, same kind of as Shazam, in the sense that these guys were always supposed to be overpowered. You know, they were always supposed to be the strongest, the toughest. So when Superman has to do something like push the moon back into orbit, it's believable.
Yeah.
But as far as just regular heroes go, like, I've got no patience today for, oh, look at Leatherman, and he's the tall, he'll make Superman his off. Fuck you, you're a lazy writer, not interested. But One Punch Man had that little conceit that he was the strongest and the toughest, but he's not bragging about it. He's not showing it off. He's actually kind of blasé about the whole thing. It's just,
Yeah, he's tortured by it because he keeps winning every fight with one punch.
When you talk about running gags in One Punch Man, the funniest things on there are that everybody talks so much trash, like I'm the toughest.
Yeah.
And then, he's just like you said, Son of Red Shirt, he just kind of, okay, whatever. But man, those bad guys are just so over the top, man. Holy crab guy. He's got his underwear and he's wearing underwear or something, right? Spoiler alerts, but
that sounds like the villains in Dick Tracy.
Oh, dude, they're
it's
so
kind of like
overboard over the top.
Yeah,
they're so. I mean, they're formidable, and they get bigger and stronger as the show goes on. And I've only caught part of the second season, but I just love how everybody in that show just talks so much shit until they get a hold of him. And then it's, and that's the whole premise of the story. But
Dave, if you like that over the top, superhero villain kind of thing, you might want to check out Baki.
Which one?
Baki. It's on Netflix right now, and it's just like another it'd be the greatest martial artist kind of thing, and they're just like extremely like over exaggerated, beyond 80s alpha male builds.
Oh god,
it is fucking great, man.
The villains in One Punch Man are so just ridiculous, man. But it's
Dave, you and Joba sound like you know a bit about the anime, and for just another red shirt, I hesitated to suggest because you seem to have a very specific niche in your love of anime, and that's wonderful. If you consider going for something a little different, 3 movies off the top of my head, I do not hesitate to recommend to anime fans, provided they're of a certain age, is the Akira from the 80s.
Love it.
Which, I know it's old, but boy, if you like good artwork, if you like examples of wonderful animation, there are whole like 2-hour-long dissertations on YouTube explaining how they did the effects, how they animated the effects of like light trails coming from behind the motor. And when you watch the motorcycles drive down the street, how you were talking about the plane machine, how it can make different things move at different speeds, how they mathematically worked all this stuff out. It's impressive. The amount of intelligence and forethought and planning that went into just this one movie, Akira. Really is a bit of a masterpiece, to be honest with you.
Akira probably helped Japanese, and correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm sure everybody has different opinions on what brought Japanese animation to the forefront, especially for United States audiences. Mononoke, Akira has probably got to be one of them. Like I have Star Blazers, but it's not that well known. You guys would know.
Yeah,
right?
it's a little different though, because
Right.
we're talking about movies, and I'm not being dismissive of the work they did in shows like Star Blazers or the other one that I always confuse Star Blazer for. What's that one? Space Battleship Yamato.
Well, it's the same thing. It's a little bit. I've got the movies. They have a movie series, like the 5 movies. I have the Yamato movie series. And then they have the Star Blazers, the 3 seasons, and they're all pretty much kind of the same, right? But they released some in Japan and at different titles, and then it got lost for a couple years, and then it got remade. Then they've remade it again with a newer versions now, which I haven't looked at at all. I haven't seen them yet. Joe Buffett, you might know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
right?
That's the funny thing about anime. Anime is one of the few places where reboots actually generally get done right. Like,
well, for the most part, yeah. I've heard a lot of good reviews.
Quite
about
often
they did it well, but like this one, I'm sure you've heard of this one, right? Cowboy Bebop.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I've heard of it.
Okay,
might have heard
That's funny because it
on
was
Twitter lately.
Yeah, this is not the Netflix bullshit that's coming out. I'm not even gonna discuss that.
Well,
not
Dave,
even
come on, be fair, man.
Well,
Give it a chance.
no,
Give it a chance before we hate on it.
I already did, and I've already seen the lady's already bitching and crying about she doesn't want to wear a Faye Valentine's suit or costume, which to be honest, there's not much to it. But then they showed pictures of her wearing some really, really tight, skimpy shit that she did in a show before.
Oh, this is the live action Cowboy. I have heard chapter and verse about this.
Jedi Bill, fuck that. I'm not watching that.
Oh no, I've heard chapter and verse about that young lady. I'll be polite.
She's
she is. Yeah, she is. Let's leave it at that. She really is.
And that right here is enough for me to say I'm not watching this shit, man.
I can't say I know anything about that. I would to Red Shirt highly recommend what Dave just said, though, the original Cowboy Bebop series. Now, I don't know if you like sci-fi at all, and Akira's kind of throwing somebody into the deep end if you don't like sci-fi.
But wait a minute. What's my stream name? What's my channel name?
I think
just another red shirt.
No, you're talking to me.
What's that from?
At the British War of 1812? I don't know.
No, that's a red coat. That's a red coat. Damn it.
The same guy that did Cowboy Bebop did a very short animated series. Now I admit I do have a bent towards I'm a nut for samurai films, like real Japanese samurai films and stuff. Battlestar Galactica, there's another great series.
That's the sci-fi.
But the same guy that did Cowboy Bebop, I don't know if Dave or Joba has seen this. I asked Bill about this before, and he told me he hadn't seen this. Have you ever seen Samurai Champloo? Done by the same guy that did.
I haven't seen.
Oh, brother! If you get a chance, I got to admit, Cowboy Bebop came out first, and it's a great, much longer series too. There he is with a Mark V right behind him.
That's a Mark II.
Is it? I don't care.
II.
It's from the new series, so I don't care. You're a fucking poser. Get Starbucks, the real Starbucks flavor in there.
The original series had Lauren Green, and when I was in high school, we called it Cattle Car Galactica. I watched the prequel, the 2-part miniseries of the new one, and I have to say, I'm hooked, and I'm going to be watching the rest of the new series. And Mrs. Richards really happy about that because she loves it.
Well, once you get over the gender swap, I guess for me.
You know what?
That was rough, man. That was rough.
Okay. So for me, all I wanted to know is Katie Sackhoff really the hottest shit pilot? And when she locks her Viper into the other one and drives it back to the ship and lands it in the bay. And they both crash into the back of the bay, but it's like, we made it. I'm like, she is the hottest shit pilot. I don't give a flying fuck whether she's male or female.
Starbuck was always the best pilot in that.
Yes.
The debate would always be, the original Starbuck,
The original Starbuck, I remember. Yeah.
Would be that some people argued that Apollo was actually the better pilot. It's just that Starbuck had more flair. right? He was the
maybe.
and
But what
might be better.
But what proved it for me in watching that, because I knew that was a gender swap, because I had seen a couple of episodes of the original, and I knew, the male actor who played Starbuck in the original. I'm like, okay, Katie Sackhoff is playing him. Yeah, Dirk Benedict. So yeah, Katie Sackhoff is going to play that character now. Well, she better be able to cowboy up, as it were, and get the job done. And when I saw that bit, I was like, she can.
Well, she did. She did.
I got to admit, one of my biggest problems with the show was recasting the sexes of Boomer and Starbuck. And I always thought that was just like the same people that want to see Kirk fuck Spock were the people that came out with that. Not to be crass, but, there's a bunch of Star Trek, what they call slash fiction out there. And that's specifically, aimed at a specific target audience that has that inclination. I don't. But I got to admit, Katie Sackhoff, she's the real deal. She's fantastic. I love Katie Sackhoff.
She's great in the new series. But you got
also great in The Mandalorian. Did you see that?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. I like The Mandalorian. I mean, I didn't love it. I mean, it wasn't going to replace my original DVDs of the theatrical release of the first 3 Star Wars movies, but
no,
I was
of course not.
No. I've only got the
but I was like, you know what? This may be mindless. It may not be, it may not be have much of. It's a very meandering story. But I was like, but it's, everybody was like, but it's all side plots, like it's a video game. I'm like, no, it's not side plots. It's a quest story. The first 3 movies are a hero's journey. The Mandalorian is a quest.
Yeah.
His job is to deliver Grogu to a Jedi. That's it. That's all he has to do. Yep. Whatever he goes through, he has to protect Grogu and deliver Grogu to a Jedi. So he has a quest. Yeah. And so he can go anywhere, which is like, you guys are missing the point. You're trying to force the Mandalorian into the original Star Wars shape. It's like, it isn't. It's a different kind of story. And I did not have a problem with it, because to me it was, he'll know he's arrived when he gets there type of story. And wherever he goes, it works. He just has to survive and keep, this little alien, to him, safe. And he does. So I'm like, hey, cool. And guess what? He delivers the Jedi he delivers Grogu to is fucking Luke Skywalker. I was like, yes! So,
yeah,
come on.
They can't keep the politics out of it, which I'm not going to start any crap with that.
I know.
We all, you know what I'm going to do.
Yes.
We're not going to go there, but
we've beaten that horse. That horse has been dead for a long time.
There's just a glue stain on the floor at this point for that horse.
Right. And do you remember the movie Flight of the Navigator? The little kids. So they're redoing that, gender swapping the kid. Look it up. I looked it up yesterday. I'm like, they don't stop. They just don't.
Well, they won't stop. They will have to be stopped. And bankruptcy is the only way. And the problem is that they have funding that doesn't come from ticket sales.
No, it comes from, I don't know where they're getting the funding.
I don't want to speculate, because I'm already been suspended from PayPal. So
I heard about that. I was going to ask you about that another time. I heard you mention that the other night, I think, somewhere.
Yeah. And the guy who did because I was talking with the guy who did the Hunter Biden action figure that Chrissy Mayer showed off on FNT today. Apparently he got suspended. And I said, what? Did they give you a reason? And he said, a suspicious credit card activity. I said, isn't that interesting? That's the same reason they gave me. And I called my credit card company and I said, would they have any way of knowing what the activity is on my credit card? And she said, I can't give you a single reason why they would be able to do that.
Yeah.
I said, great. Cancel the card and ship me a new one, please.
Yeah.
No, it's not a phishing, because I went to their website and signed in, and they did in fact there say
Okay.
you're suspended. What they want is a whole lot of personal information that I don't want to give them. So I'm like, okay, you now have a dead credit card number, and I don't have PayPal. We're even.
Wow, that sucks though. I mean, I use the
Yep.
PayPal.
I know.
I use it right here on YouTube.
No,
Whenever
I
I
know.
send some money to somebody here, that's what I.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the tip to PayPal is just to never let too much money stack up in there. Like bleed it back off in your account, because if they lock it down, it's going to be a minute before you see those dollars again.
And,
If you get it back at all in any case.
Well, I've never gotten anything out of it. I was using it to send super chats, things like that.
Oh, okay.
So I'm like, okay, there's now YouTubers I can't tip even if I want to, but I am done, because okay, when I first saw it, I was like, okay, maybe this is just maybe they wonder, but then I was like, wait a minute, when they say suspicious activity, how the hell would they know? They don't have access to my credit card.
That's why I thought it might have been a phishing thing. You know what I mean? They're just going around.
Well,
they
that's
just
yes,
throw it
and
out
that's
to you. You bite, and then you're hooked.
Right. Well, so what I didn't do was click the link they provided in the email. I went to my browser and I signed on to PayPal, and I went, okay, I have an alert. Click. Yes, your account's been suspended. Oh, so this is legit. You really did suspend my account. And no, I'm not sending you all this goddamn personal information like a credit card statement. So, no. So, no, I'm done with PayPal. I didn't like PayPal before. Now I despise them. So let me just that's on record now.
I can't say
now I despise them. No.
I don't know.
But yeah, apparently I have achieved partial cancellation.
No.
And they haven't offered.
Good on you, brother.
Might be the best thing that happened to you.
Yeah.
Well, I must have been salty somewhere.
Wow.
Well, the Joe Buffett, what did you think about Mandalorian, since you've got the name and avatar?
Well, yeah, overall, I've enjoyed it. I kind of in the I'm not a big fan of the sequels. I like what Favreau and Filoni have kind of done, and I definitely don't. But I don't lump it in with anything comparing to the EU. I mean, the EU was fucking amazing. As a series that came out, it was neat. It was fun to watch. So,
yeah.
Did any of you guys hear they're supposed to be bringing Thrawn in?
I've heard rumors.
You mentioned the EU.
It's been a lot of rumors. I mean, he popped up in Rebels. He was kind of like a diet version or a splendid version, if you will, of what he was in the books in Rebels. And we'll either see a continuation of that or maybe a bit of a return to form.
See,
but,
now I'm not
can't please everybody. So.
Yeah, I kind of know who Thrawn is. I'm not know that much about like you guys know. He's supposed to be a pretty bad guy, right?
Well, he's all blue, so he stands out in a crowd, and he's got red eyes. If that helps make a mental recognition,
but he's supposed to be a pretty powerful character, right? I mean,
think like Khan Noonien Sin in terms of intellect. He basically his smarts are what he's a master tactician and strategist. That's what gets him, over his adversaries. It's not really a power thing. So.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I know there was some excitement about the rumors of him coming in. I said, well, I kind of know about that character, but maybe I'm missing something there. Just anything new, I guess, right? Anything new and better.
Yeah. I just gotta have something to watch.
I didn't. I
go back to the old
don't know anything about the extended universe myself.
So I'm actually
getting. You boys read the books, or
I have read. I would say probably for everything from the New Jedi Order series when the Yuzon Vong showed up. I think that was the NJO. It's been ages. I read everything from there until they canceled the EU. Like the Thrawn trilogy, I actually didn't read. I have it on audio tape in a nice little collectible of cassettes that I can no longer play. So I played through it once, and so that story is kind of fading. I need to reread it. But yeah, that's about it. Like I said, I'm rusty. Like I read these books and I was like, all right, cool, on to the next one. I kept going. So I got to revisit stuff like that because I'd really love to sit in on one of OG Star Wars or Stig's podcast where they do the Thursday coffee chat over the book of the week. It's just trying to shoehorn time in to crank out one of those books and be ready to come to the table with something to talk about. It's not really in my time budget right now.
Yeah, I always wanted to try to get into those, but I'm like you, always just never got into like the books and all that. And I didn't watch what is it, the animated Rebels?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there was
is that good?
So there was the 2003 Clone Wars. It was Gendy Tartakovsky. I think I'm butchering his name.
Oh, the guy from Primal.
Tartakovsky, the guy that did Samurai Jack.
And
those were excellent.
Primal, yeah.
And then Dave Filoni came out with the Clone Wars CG series, which started off as a bit of a struggle. The movie was kind of fell flat with me, and then it got better as season 3 on to the end of that. And then Disney, the Clone Wars got canceled. Disney bought the franchise, and they came with their own thing, Star Wars Rebels, which I want to say it. I think that was during the time period between the end of the Clone Wars and A New Hope. Yeah, it's between the end of the Clone Wars. When it first started off, it was no. I'm scratching my head. You'd see me like searching for words here if I had my camera on. But no, when it first started off, I was like, oh, great, this is Aladdin in space. And then toward the end, it got better. But it just doesn't compare to the EU in terms of scope of characters and world building. Disney just kind of like, I don't know. It's like they really watered everything down.
Well, I mean, is there just any hope for anything good coming out in the next several years from these studios? It's just, you just don't see it. I just don't see it. I mean, I know it's negative, being really negative, but I'm just trying to be realistic. It's like, oh, I'm gonna go watch this show or this movie because I'm just hoping it's better than the last one, and it's not.
There's only so many disappointments you can take before it's like, you know what, I'll wait until it comes across my feed on TV.
Oh, well, shit, man. I've got HBO Max, and I meant to mention this earlier for everybody else. I know they take a little bit of beating because HBO Max can kick you out sometimes. They have a little bit of issue, but I don't have much issues. But they have a Studio Ghibli. They have a whole section of that.
Yeah, they got the Ghibli collection.
Yeah, it's not huge, obviously, but they've started to do that. But they had Wonder Woman 84 on there twice, and I haven't even bothered to. I don't even want to. I mean, I'm already paid for it, and I don't want to see it.
I think I watched half of it. It's been the same way with Disney Plus and the Marvel movie releases. Like, Black Widow came and went, and it was just like. So after the fact, I wasn't looking forward to it when it got shelved, and I haven't heard good things about it since. So I haven't really bothered to go back and watch it, even though I could. So.
Wow.
Well, I mean, I was in a discussion today about John Lasseter who was forced out of Pixar, and whether John Lasseter was a toxic influence in Pixar or a creative genius. He's the guy. If you're familiar with the shorts and Pixar's logo. When the Pixar movie starts, the lamp jumps in and lands on the eye and flattens it. That's based on the single most successful short they ever did back in the 80s. And it was Lasseter who came in and created characters and worked with the sort of the MIT PhD geniuses who were writing all the animation software. And he would sit literally at their elbow and go, can you make it? Can you do this? Okay, great. Can you do this and that? Okay. Now let's try. Can we do this? And he's basically directing a cartoon, building it component by component by component, element of a drawing with element of a drawing with element of a drawing, adding them together until he winds up with a character, and he had a tensor lamp clamped to his drawing table, and he looked at it, and he had a visit, and this is in the extras from the shorts DVD that I have. He had a visit from, family visit, holiday, and a very young family member, a kid, was in the house, and he looked at him and he realized his proportions are different from an adult. His head is bigger relative to his body, and his arms and legs are shorter. So he has a really big head, a slightly larger body, and shorter arms and legs. So he's like, okay, so a child's proportions are different from an adult's proportions. So I can now draw a tensor lamp that looks like a child tensor lamp versus an adult tensor lamp. And, if that seems crazy to you, you haven't watched enough cartoons. And so he comes up with this concept of a tensor lamp adult, supervising a child who's playing with a ball, and he jumps on the ball and flattens it, and wiggles back and looks down at it, well, and the emotions are all obvious. The kid is the child is disappointed. He's oh, my toy's gone, and the parent's like, oh, it's okay, and then he runs off, and it comes back in with a ball 4 times the size, and he is psyched. And so Lassiter in this extra is saying, and I'm sorry, but our poor so and so who designed this lovely little soundtrack for it, musical soundtrack, backing soundtrack for it, nobody ever heard it, because the minute the thing started, everybody in the exhibition hall was screaming, yelling, and clapping and whistling. And nobody heard the background. Nobody heard a thing. They watched it. And there was a reception afterwards. And John was there. And of course, John is an animator, not a technical person. He's not a programmer, was not a programmer, didn't know anything about the software. And this towering genius in the industry of imaging and all these other sorts of technologies involved in making computer animation from MIT, advances towards him across the room, and he recognizes him, and he goes, oh God, he's going to ask me about the ray tracing software that we just developed, and I have no idea how it works. And the guy walks up to him and he says, John, I want to ask you just one question. And John goes, okay. He says, was the parent tensor lamp, a mother or a father? And Lassiter in the interview said, fist pump. Yes! We did it! He didn't care about the technology. He wanted to know whether that was the mother or the father. We got the characters. They bought it. And this is a guy who's a technician. He's a PhD. And he wasn't thinking, how the hell did they make that shine on the edge of the tensor lamp? No, he was trying to figure out, is that mommy or daddy? That was what John Lasseter brought to Pixar. Now, whatever else John Lasseter did, I don't know. All the articles that I've seen about him and his departure are so loaded with prejudicial language that a judge would absolutely slap a lawyer down for using that in court. So in the court of public opinion, this is a lawyer getting away with murder. Okay? Yeah. Whatever Lasseter did, I will say, early on at Pixar, Lasseter was instrumental in turning Pixar into the premier computer animation studio in the world. Now, I don't know whether they're going to be going forward. I tend to doubt it, because they seem to have ejected probably most of the people who made them great. And I'm not hopeful for Pixar going forward. Yeah. But Pixar, in its heyday, was amazing.
That is actually what I was really that's an awesome story. And it sounds like Lasseter, he came to a bunch of MIT engineers and he hit them with the bag of flour exercise that you do when you're just starting out in animation, and you have to you're just doing a flip book animation. They're like, here, make this bag, take this, draw a bag of flour and make it come to life, you know? And that's like the first stepping stone for animators in a lot of classes. And it's just amazing that those two clicked. They clicked like they did. Otherwise we conceivably wouldn't have had Pixar. It would have just continued to be doing, oh, let's show off the ray tracing. Like, you know, like the early CG was in the 90s. Late 80s, early 90s, like Liquid Television, Lawnmower Man, and all that. And it's like, they asked for effects, guys. Just put up a bunch of ray trace stuff and ask for the bill. So,
yeah. No, he figured out, and I think it was him that did this. He figured out how to communicate with the computer nerds, who were the geniuses at writing code to generate images. And he found a way to say, can you make an image that looks like this? And they would go, let me see. And because I'm a software engineer, so I'm identifying with the guys who were, not that I'm a MIT PhD in image generation and graphics design and whatever, but he was talking to the computer guys and going, can you make something that looks like this? Okay, that's a requirement. Let me see if I can figure out how to do that.
Steve Jobs, right? I mean, Steve Jobs would have had all that computer stuff to help Pixar develop all that, right?
Actually, I think it was Sun Workstations back then, wasn't it?
Well, Jobs funded it. The thing that Jobs did was fund it because he was convinced they were going to be the next big thing. He wasn't guiding them. He was funding them.
Okay.
And they already had the geniuses on staff. Jobs was an idea guy. He was like, that's a good idea. Let's do that. And he looked at Pixar and said, that's a good idea. I want to do that. And that was why he got involved with Pixar. The people they had on software development and on creating which, by the way, when they were doing this, they were a software company and a hardware company. They were not an animation studio. Lasseter was hired to help market their software and hardware, to demonstrate what it could do with animated shorts. And that was why they were at trade shows and at symposiums and things like that, because they were there to show, look at how cool our software and hardware is. You should buy it. Lasseter was there to help market that stuff. It was after PCs became powerful enough to do all of these things on a high-powered, admittedly, a very expensive high-powered PC. But when PCs were able to do this, the dedicated hardware was obsolete, and the software, anybody could write it now because you could write it for Windows if you were brilliant. Some of it, I'm sure they kept using, and I'm sure they used it. But what they decided to do was, well, our hardware business is gone. Our software business is questionable. Let's just become an animation company, and that's when they changed over to be Pixar Animation Studios. And Lasseter was in the interview was like, we did it. We made the animations the primary focus, not the hardware and the software. So, and Lasseter was the guy who turned Pixar from a technology company into an animation company. So I don't know what they're going to do without him. I'm not going to speculate as to why he went or whether he should have gone. I'm not even going to touch that. All I'm going to say is, with him gone, they have a problem. Pixar has a problem, and Disney owns that problem.
Well, hopefully he left a couple of proteges behind that might be able to pick up the torch. But
I mean, they're
otherwise it's gonna crater. So, but on that note, gents, Jedi Bill, thanks for inviting me up. I had a great time.
Thank you.
Definitely gonna do one of these again. I just realized I stepped into the movie theater 4 or 5 hours ago, and I have not eaten yet. So I'm gonna go burn some cow and call the wife. And you guys have a great rest of your day. So be seeing you.
Sounds good.
Joe Buffett, hey man, it's nice meeting you.
Yes.
Glad you
Definitely.
came on. It's nice
Anytime.
hanging out.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
great time. Thanks
Awesome.
everybody.
Take
Yeah,
care.
I'm gonna go get some eggs
Oh.
and ham and
Look who's
make
back.
breakfast.
Hey.
Look who's back.
Yeah.
Sweet, sweet should I be?
Yes.
Good night, guys.
Take care.
Heck are ya?
Oh shit! Did we just lose Joe?
Yeah. He's,
Yeah.
Yeah, he went to hunt down and kill something to eat.
Yeah.
Like a good Mandalorian should, I suppose. Not like me. I'm a Trekkie. You and I, we get to go to a Replimat or Replicators or a holodeck.
That's right.
And get fed.
Tea, Earl Grey, hot.
Yeah, sorry about that, boys. I was having technical issues. My pad was just heating up. It just shut everything down, so had to give it a few minutes. I switched to my phone. I walked out. Turner Classic Movies. Just I walked out. Some music starts. I look at the television. I see Sophia Loren's absolutely gorgeous 35.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, oh, well, it's not that important. I talked to the guys again. Turned out it was Ghost Italian Style. If it was Marriage Italian Style, you wouldn't be hearing from me the rest of the day. She was absolutely stunning in that movie. Sophia Loren, she's just one of those chicks that was. It doesn't matter where you come from or what kind of guy you are.
People are gonna look at
What'd
this
you
and
say,
say,
Bill?
"I don't remember the Texas Chainsaw being this long of a movie." you know. Like, here we are talking after the movie, 2 hours after the yeah, like 2.5 hours after the movie's ended.
Yeah, well, and then I guess that's my cue too. Then I got to get some stuff done for the morning.
Yeah.
But Jed, you said you were doing something Sunday night. Is that right?
Yeah.
I thought it was today.
Oh wait.
We're doing that movie
Yeah,
today.
yeah.
And we're doing another one of these on Monday morning.
No, we're watching Freaks. Or you guys just said you're watching?
No,
Freaks?
we're still doing that today.
Oh crap!
Later, yeah.
What time are you guys doing that?
Well, your time, Bill. What's it going to be? You want to put it on at 11 a.m. You said your time.
I already have it. Let's see, what time is it?
Or was it noon?
I'm East Coast, so what would that put me at?
3 hours ahead of Bill. 3 hours
Yeah.
later than Bill.
Later?
1 p.m.
Later.
my time. Yeah.
4 p.m. your time, Dave.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, because there's no Cinema Saturday. So, and it's only
No
an
Cinema
hour-long
Saturday?
movie.
What is Bird not feeling too well or what?
No, just he's had a whole. He's been busy this week, I guess. There's no time to set one up, so he'd be doing. I said he might do another gaming stream. You know.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Good on him.
Anyway,
Alright,
I'm
yeah,
getting
let's
tired.
do
I
it.
need
Alright,
some
guys.
rest between now and then.
David, you giving up?
Yeah, I've got a buddy leaving town. We're doing a kind of a bar crawl starting about 6 o'clock my time.
Oh, lovely.
So I might be able to pop in. I can't guarantee that I will, but maybe try to see you Sunday night or the next time around.
Yeah, definitely. I was looking at your avatar there. Isn't it true in Big Trouble in Little China? The character you've got there, Lo Pan, his American name was David Lo Pan.
Yes, his name's David Lopan. So I just changed it to Dave to see who would catch on.
Right.
Good catch. And talking about a lot of movies, I looked at this guy James Hong. He's done.
Yeah.
It's actually he's done so many. It's debatable between 500 and 600 film
Yeah.
and TV credits.
Yeah, his career truly is awesome. It
Yeah.
goes back
Yep.
to the 50s in Hollywood. He was had bit parts and shit like that, but he's one of those guys. You see him, you just know his face instantly.
Yep.
Yep.
And sometimes he
I-
had
I-
juicy roles, and sometimes he was just a waiter with like, may I help you, sir, or something. But boy, he is a journeyman actor.
Oh yeah, he's.
I know his voice.
Mm-hmm.
He was in Kung Fu Panda.
Panda. I don't know how I knew you were going to say Kung Fu Panda, but I did when you said I know his voice.
Yeah. Well, he was what, a duck or a goose?
Yeah, I think he was the father of.
Yeah, he was. Yes.
Yeah, he was the goose. I think it was a goose. Big white. Maybe it was a white duck. I'm not sure, but I thought it was a goose. Yeah.
Noodle cook. He had a
Right.
noodle restaurant.
Yeah. He here's I'm trying to remember. He did a really good movie. What was it? The World of Susie Wong? No. It was one of those rare Hollywood movies from the 50s where they went with almost an entirely Oriental cast. And I say Oriental because some Japanese people, some Chinese people, some Korean people, and everybody was Chinese. You know what I mean?
Right.
The guy who was Barney Miller's, the guy in Barney Miller's is Fish's buddy. What's the Asian guy's name? Peter Hong? Do you guys remember Barney Miller?
Yeah,
I know it's going back.
Damn, I can't think of his name now.
He had a really low
I got that
voice.
theme music in my head now. Thanks.
Bum, bum, ba, now. Bum, bum, ba, na, na, na. Yeah, he starred in the movie. I can't remember what it was now, but just full of, pretty girls. I love the pretty girls.
All right, guys. I will see you soon. Thank you so much, Jedi
Yeah,
Bill,
David.
again.
Yeah.
Just another red shirt. Good to meet you as well, finally.
Yeah. It's a pleasure.
I will see you gentlemen soon.
All right.
Take care,
Dave.
David.
See you,
Take
Dave.
care.
Well, we need to. I need some rest. So.
Oh, fuck off. You're going over to Captain Trek's channel in 5 minutes.
No, I'm not. I'm going to
You
sleep.
better go to Captain Trek's channel and start pushing Saturday Night Cinema, the movie for today.
I don't need to advertise that. Whoever shows.
That's the
Tired,
spirit. That's
man.
how you build a channel. I don't give a fuck. Anybody shows, they show. Who cares?
Dude. Tired, man.
There's no tired in YouTube.
Maybe.
There's no crying in baseball, and there's no tired in YouTube.
That's right. But I do not blame you. You've had a bit of a marathon stream. This 4 hours and 23 minutes is only indicative of one movie. You had the whole other movie you went through.
Yeah.
Mind you, I was kind of surprised you didn't have a discussion or talk about that. Because, after the movie, I would have imagined you'd done some discussion. But just quickly before we leave, Red Shirt, I was talking to you before about a couple of animated movies. I recommended Akira.
Yep.
And I just wanted to throw two more out there to you.
Yep.
One is it's kind of dark, not for kids. Actually, neither of these two suggestions are for kids. It's got a sci-fi bent to it. It's called Dark City. It's kind of a weird anime, but it's very well done, and the story actually gets quite compelling. The idea is that there's a whole nother dimension which is started to cross over to ours, and we get these little pockets, and these demon-type things come through. There's a special police force assigned to handle this, because these demons can take human shape, and they'll literally eat you to get your soul. And the beginning starts off in I don't want to spoil it for you, but the beginning is very memorable. You won't forget the first 10 minutes of that movie. And one's a Japanese ex-soldier. He's a cop now, and he's assigned to this force, and he's partnered with a female demon who looks human. and these two have got to go through this whole fucking rigmarole to get to the answers. Yada yada. I don't want to spoil too much for it, but it's a surprisingly engaging and interesting film, and quite well done. The animation is a few years old. It was done in like '94, I think, but it still does hold up today. Like some really, really like out there imagery and stuff like that. Nothing gross or nothing, but something like kind of like an anime combined with the movie The Thing in parts. Like these demons can get pretty weird, but very interesting, and like an amusing way to kill a couple of hours. But one of my all-time favorite to this day, it's still number one for me for anime, is a film called Ninja Scroll. It was a one-off, although they did a TV series based on the same character, and it's about this wandering ninja named Jubei that gets suckered in to help a government agent ninja, an elderly one, uncover this plot to steal some like 16,000 bars of Spanish gold that were going to be get funneled to the shogunate. And Ninja Scroll, the animated in it it's beautiful. It's fast paced. It's interesting. If you like samurai stuff, you'll love it. If you don't, maybe it's not for you. But it was so unique when it came out, and so many animes have ripped off that one just for its style, its look. Very adventurous, and also had the idea, like they took a bit of Western influence from it, because he has to defeat this called the Seven, this group called the Seven Devils of Kikoman, I think it is, and not Kikoman, that's a soya sauce. The Seven Devils. Now I'm going to say kimono. It's not kimono, whatever. It's the Seven Devils he goes after, and each one of these devils is a type of ninja with a different unique power or ability. Like one actually has some minor control of electricity, and he uses these metal wires, and like if he gets snared in them, he can use his own body's electrical current to give you a shock. Another guy has figured out a ninja trick to hide in shadows, where he actually becomes a shadow. I know it sounds preposterous and far out there, but once you're watching it, you get into it. And it's all set in like the 17th, 16th, 17th century Japan. Lots of fun, very fast paced. One evil ninja motherfucker's got an entire nest of wasps growing on his back, and he controls them with his mind. And how this guy dies is hilarious. Well, I don't want to spoil too much for you. Those three movies, I always got my highest recommendations.
All right. Well, I got them written down. They're on my list.
Okay, brother. Sounds great. Billy, are you going to make it to bed, or are you going to fall asleep on the keyboard again?
I'm in my bed. What are you talking about?
You're in your bed.
My chair is my bed. What are you talking about?
Oh, for God's sake, don't tell me that, Bill.
That is efficient use of time.
Redshirt, I don't know if you're going to be around, but if you are later today, check it out. He's going to try to show Freaks. Have you ever seen that movie?
I've seen
Todd
parts
Browning's
of it.
Freaks?
Yeah, I've seen parts of it.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's the greatest movie, but it really is a movie that a film buff should see. And you sound like a film buff to me, so treat yourself.
Yeah, if I'm conscious and upright, I'll probably check it out.
Very cool, brother. Excellent. Okie dokie. So, gentlemen, I wish you a great day, much success. Hope to see you all soon.
Yep.
And
right.
Bill,
Take care.
Okay, pal. You too.
Yeah.
Take care.
We're gonna do this.
Nice me.
I do. What do you want?
Your head. And the prize. Happy Halloween, ladies.